So yeah, sure that, for us, some of the chapter staff to come out, like the senior center, having to, maneuver outside to make home deliveries and stuff like that, and, in order for them to get out, legislación, así, part that in the fall. Everyone, the chapter staff and other individuals who are involved in this, are hosting the public hearing, have ease access to get in and out, of the area. I'll show it, go ahead.
How are you?
Cool, thank you.
Hello. Okay, everyone who's parked along the fence, please take your vehicle out of beyond the fence, and also whoever's parked right here, and if you're not chapter official or staff, please move your vehicle outside the fence. Ashkoda. Please pay attention and follow the instructions. That's why we had the cones out there. So please move your vehicle to outside the fence. Senior center, but they have their own parking area, but those along the fence and also along the sidewalk right here. If you are not chapter staff, please move your vehicle. Thank you.
That mean us? Does that mean us?
No, the first one said chapter official, but if you're staff.
And the second one said chapter staff.
Oh, yeah.
Ashkudit oh Ado yat egg achi equagi public hearing bandi de kishink at ador nisto yat egg the deshin anosko ado she senja kinenishle what had lini bashishin kia ani da she che do this cut kia ani da she nale but a mato senenishle ado nele so halle biado ya you say ade na sha talana do tahagina has ade Look, ade being that she had been what the top. Do dik at nothing is slapfish, but it's an ajay ben for Jinki egg at Bayoshki, a speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ado is slapgo tot nas nille, banashaki talanado talagades. Ado pustok Asian deshkish, not even the jet des.
Turn it on or her?
Nas lenado tak ehlan. With our the best what is unenchido pagin khana yahagi diego ikehe and kidini do. And good morning to all of our community members of Forest Lake, our chapter official staff that are here. There kudo ani da no sinigi so do shike da no sinigi so yat hibita nichibi nis do di kwagi public hearing bandi de jo kwagi the Kishi land as if you don't bahasti jungo tapi nisto at ishi hote ishi sa ish ahakishi adla anshin bahaba siliki hano oto even na chishi kunoya okay it seems the Boshi area it's to visit bahado bush ebe there's me no corner shiche vishno ebigini LA Eastern Agency then honey yeah the bishop was on George Tour it's a Bangladesh to was in a third leader so she check
Yup, bene. Yup, bene. Okay, so okay, pressure ho aki auto kan familia tinda din disna que socorro dia força no after skiing far wild. Anyway, say hi to Stockton, skido Not ocupa assistente na área nacional Arroba institucional Tindiria is Kadaka Ara Ari Dinda Oh, Padilla Sunday Internet Internet so Nere espectata talk or hard to Google as a mathlete in Waka fascinatingly little water. The power of white horse, concert, oh, sino, Aaron, the Tonyo, big chat, become a shop. A call, hey, 2 years and 5 months as a consultant of Navajo Nation. 25th com se tinha com the debate we yell out this Aroshin data Koroshi session Arnold Sway bits of the Bible, chapter 3, and the sea, or so that's for a high, she got a drink of. But Ella, corrosion to the business, but yeah, no, Samama Hassan, John Bean, touching my point, not in club. I showed it, I don't back home, it's a button. The creed is used to fight in the name, sick home. I don't FAG. I call Paya's castle cat with the so the Zimbabwe Jahanabi sick home to the 900. Corn farm, yeah, they go, which is 5 people. But that is unlimited, you have to have that different concept of living the area. We enable a something to Oh, area, hey, they don't follow, yeah. The creation a concept, a zero decreasing chips and some papa in yeah. I can't in the make of concepts in one. Here not Nas left and feel clenched without sound and 5 timbers left. So, a caught up with the fruit zine for other in fast quick and no, you could change my son. As a lot sort of as teenagers that I know shall come at the age so it is conversion. It's dominating the call. All of the passing window, so that is zine, contact so that is zine. Vabbè, vedo le persone cosa che con sapere che lo non si fa, vieni a sono la scuola. Queste di con che non fanno non dici. Che c'è da una che si la fa. La con con cosa che non di in via no con fa si vive si fa. Aroshin Koroban, Chief of the Tower, and in American was the department of Legal. But I had this local official governmental staff was people signed. All five Chimical of Washington, Washington, in fact, let's agree for if you are not the department of Legal, but not the student legal.
And yeah, she said, on the best of us on the Eastern Agency that time, yeah, so to take council delegate to although yeah, it's eight nana, party, no, yahaki, the supposed to get her basically agenda this minute, so eight from what not a sheep check on the speech to be the party, so young man, it's eight for the so party. The data na kimda ziknyata kuje not on the Washington the secretary President Trump the law executive order case no 14241 quite agent so agent has under but the means no what's on that was usually caught in law kuje Navajo kuje the was under what's his phone net the or his this is not no his phone net the net she did the house now the has on our the chapter resolutions. I think that's just there, but the emails, the not other, that's all other. Crazy, there's no going to cut it so project kit and read energy. Sat not on and on yard, I should all on so case, I don't get what need that. You don't need a cook. And that's the Kodo, the Shichi, Koshich has met said Kodo, Shichi, persevere, the Shinko, the chapters, Japan, Shahaki, Allah, so the chapter resolutions, so they lado, the letter is mean, Quaggy Hajo, Bandot, Info, Hajo, Mego, Nanta, Bishop, Anato. The Nishiki executive branch, president, the vice president, a Hajooko, a Konto so the over the past 2 months, actually, so it's just the gone foundation has 2 months ago, and they We did reach a lot of emails, phone calls to the office of the speaker, the council, resolutions in regard to executive order 14241 that President Donald Trump has signed into law. And there has been many frustration since that signing of our executive order. And since the closure of Peabody Mine, this was before the pandemic, in May, Dina, Shlutna, Fayeta, so could you put that card? So don't know, Ado, not on, Ade, Ado, Hanana, Kreda. Don't know, so. And within that past 5 years, there has been an outcry of this community saying that there was no type of government function, official formal function after the closure of Peabody. Black Mesa Review Board, legislative branch, public hearing, so that those misto, they are in here, the sick case. That's it, that's it, jo quito, to episode. The mouse was one day, of course, he are dead, uncommon. Yaki the day sneeze. Don't let them, Yahoyanet down, quite deep, in kitchen, cut off like had they still must know image, the cut of his. They then, come down initially, office of the speaker staff, you could wave at the registration table of Florida. So if you could wave there, Florida, well, yeah, just have this, so, just use it, those things. But reasonable, partner. A slot. Quite due to many of our guests that are here, I believe we have over, I think about 50, 60 individuals that are here already. We will give 5 minutes to speak. If you do need additional time, we can allow for additional 3 minutes or sign up again. And then you can get another additional 5 minutes. We want to be respectful of everyone being able to be available to speak. About some case, there's, if you want to share time or just be considerate of each other's time. It will be officially into a record recording here with the Navajo Nation Council. We do have our staff that are here. We have Office of Legislative Council, Office of Legislative Services, and also Office of the Speaker. Refreshments, there's also that, all of the refreshments, lunch has all been sponsored by the council. So, yes, be here to stay around and be here with us all day. But actually, 5 minutes to each of our speakers. Will be here, it will be recorded into the record. Supposed to have those meetings. So, machines up on some cases, angel for the caught of this. Don't they, not reach out. So, which are that you also they Washington, they Peggy, so this will be a very important piece, either in advocacy and also in any development in relation to code and policy. So, they have the doors So thank you again for being here, for the public hearing. So meaning, so, but thank you, for those to take Council Delegate George Toll for being here this morning. Ado, Pagzi, Odo, Shit, sa, sa dish. So, no, to so if there's any type of hesitancy or you don't want to be able to speak in public, we also have, forms that you can fill out for written comments. And so those will be collected in the back where you have registered to speak. So if you do have any type of resolutions, letters that you want to be submitted, that is also welcome. Okay, especially we will start with our first. We have Nicole Horster. Yeah. Okay, allora, ci si tiene, ci voglio adesso ci hanno deciso, per il governo nazionale, vado
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I wanted to, first of all, just start out by saying
bazında Diego Liendas hadi en de jo ya bis ata hozında ala ya dosa kuya na vada do jo ilus ihi do bohne zanda ako kut ashno nisno ya ni janatsi ako Vestindo e a porra não é jego publica jego do e arts not just economic development or energy development, but also the land for the key of the platforms and arts for the Nagisna do so these and what that not close to the industrial non other no don't be no sleep no da o ya pensa da zanta e desistir de ir para isso com que tranquila so ele buttons urgent no have been just machine da sine so a opportunity so for insano ella joia ella masan for it's all babe Jona masan the house important mission yet one says keys auto make it the clarity to as social media tipo ella accept audience and accept says keys one says keys it puts all although the energy development, community development, economic development, community make that a second priority and make water the first priority. And ranchers and farmers the first priority along with water. Put all your AK says it, although was that time? Yes. Okay. Because it says no additional. I have a fact sheet that I'm gonna turn into the speaker's office. We have been doing mine site tours and we have been doing, helping to monitor the reclamation. And what we're finding out there is we're finding that the native plant species are not being replanted on the Black Mesa reclaimed areas. And what we're finding is that the shallow aquifers is not being addressed in the OSM letter, and that we haven't gotten any response. They've given us a verbal response, though. They have told us that, yes, we think the shallow aquifers are our responsibility. But the deep aquifers are the Department of Interior's responsibility. So there's issues on both sides. The bottom line is that's Navajo water. What is Navajo going to do about it? On Hikado, as the public citizens of Black Mesa, OSM, the other experts, so-called experts, go on the mine site tours with us, but that is an issue. And so what I'm finding out is the Navajo staff that are considered the experts in these places probably need some technical assistance of their own, because it's the local people that I'm finding out are the experts, but they're not being listened to. So OSM, it's not they call, they remind us that we have a government to government relationship. So whatever issue you have, you need to take it up with your government. That's where the problem is. Is that the Navajo Nation does not have the expertise to talk about the issues like the way the local people have the expertise. Because these are the issues that they need. Only Navajo, the best team. You're looking at the Navajo Nation's minerals office experts, and they're not saying anything. There was a lady, a young lady that talked about going to the and the Navajo Nation staff told her, they're going to there's climate, there's drought, it's persistent. He did not address the fact that Peabody has been using groundwater 24/7 for the last 50 years. And what are the impacts of that? No one wants to believe it. No one wants to believe it so that they can act on it. If you don't believe it, you can't act on it. And that's where this issue stands. So one of the main things I think the Navajo Nation needs to do is go and look for yourself. Yeah, go look at the land, look at the vegetation. Talk to the people about what they've seen happen through the years. I get text messages and calls all the time about, we buried this kind of toxic waste over here. We've done this over here. This is how Peabody address this issue. But I have not heard in all the years that I've been working on this, and there's people been working longer than me. I'm just 25 years. There's people here that have been fighting it. My sister Elsie's mom's been fighting. Mom fought this a long, long time. She's one of the mentors that I had who spoke so eloquently about what she saw out there. And it's just the Navajo Nation, you gotta believe. One of the problems is every 4 years, that's not whole country, you know, that's a problem. A couple of years ago, NGS is gonna close, no, the dead speaker. He was not here just for a short time to speak.
Right, thank you.
But he was on his way to NGS to save the jobs and you were with him. So I know you know this issue intimately. I think you have all the tools to be able to make a better decision for all of us.
Thank you, Nicole. So that was our first public speaker that was put into the record. And again, a reminder, we do have, we are going to extend to lay 8 minutes. Tepi, a quagin has adole. It was 5 minutes, but we'll increase it to 8 minutes. Ado quaginana. Next to speak, we do have Dwayne Yazi. Dwayne Yazi.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh,
Like this might close.
Is ordered easily. Asha is not Anahara, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Arakoro Mahaso Anigi Chike Hasiko. Not Ani, Koro Chikanigi. Yeah, a student. هو هيكلين بسيرة هي أنا بس شيء تشي إذا سنلا تأسن إيك هذا لا تناميت لا ما هو خا يندلا أنا هو خا يكمل من أستان وخارج في إذن بحيث أني إذا أتكسرت إيه بحيث في إذن إخراج نقطة ولا إخراج فيها ولا نهمة لأستان بأخذ فيها ولا باجي نقطة ولا إيه بحيث أني تدو شهر النهر إذا بدأ الخا أهول جادا هاو شهر النهر دو شهر دو نيشا دو شهر إيدو نيشا قال إيه تبدأ أني أكو إيه أبيتنا كما لأستان الشهاء نخانا هالنيادو نخانا جيد بعضو نا شهدس نا أهنس نانش يونينش دي نو إيها إيكو كما لأستان إيه بتشيء تيدو بتشيء سيكيشلا وكبيرة لا إيها إيدي لا أنسى أتخذ النور شيء إيها إيه توفى دين زلسة أكون نانا إيه نابتنا بيكون كما لأستان بني ناو بني اللي تسيس بإيدي تسيس هذا بإيدي يند تزهي يناد نشي بني أدي قطعه سلاد بني قطعه سلاد تدخل زيني والله شويت إيه يوتشيت صح إيه ويجلس اللي كجا إيه ناتاشكي خدتين دنسة دينا نستان إيه بني كيف أنت نو إيه أثبت الشلية وشويت إيه يوتشيت صح إيه يجلس إيه دولي إيش شيء تكونني هو بيستايا شيء ده تخافيش هي إكواب إيه لأستان تنتون شيء إكواب إذن أنا كنت لنا ببان سهتشيس هنني ليا بنينا نوني شو ده إيه شيء كويس هذا شيء تخافين كوني تخاف لا سيت ليكو اشتو تخاف مكزميت أنسيت اللي دولي أكون ده إيدو كون فوق نهيكي إيدو خد إيدا وكتير ده هو نيشا نيا ليه خاطر شيء هو إيه كنا تدين صار يشتري كون بيجي خير مش لها نيشا نيا فهذا نقول ده شيء نيشا يس ليه أوني زفنا بحجون هي History de Bohuiza. Då lär sig vilket årtionde det tar det. Och det då när jag det stan typ in och så det annat då det har det går och det slutar det med annat men det نوخه صادقي بتصعي التشليفة أشكال بشيء بهتصوكة بهنالكة هذا الشيء اللي تودا بتشيدا هذا الشيء اللي نتعاندس يوم هتإيه يهان الشيء دولي إيش المصنع شنالا شتشي شك إهات زي They defended my future. Misschien door dit dat dat eigenlijk achterlijk. Und irgendwann da hat nicht hat ich habe ein Wunsch ab. Das hat da hat. Eba nein nicht. Die war Even så var det. Det här är så så chat oss ne. Där har sig det där ja. Asent. Så bra för det arbete så där är det också. Alltså det här.
Shahashiyash, Dwayne Yazi, Ado Kuna Enana, Chache, Percy Deal.
Chairman. Hey, Bert. That's not very cool. No. Yeah. That's a yakador. Partners and look at mostly again, the edition is quite the whole ID. See about and we did need, we really need to communicate, but if you had that easy. You see a behold. Ja, echt aandacht gehad. Shady procedure, tussen de mensen. Als je hier was zien, als je aan het horen, ja, dat is het schreeuwt ook, ja, aan dat je dan, die betreft is het geëten, als concreet had in de, die, ja, de mensen, ook, dat is goed alleen, zelfs je nog nog, dat is zo, dat je nou niet van nog. Подошли, я асинцхи батото ол киги бикала. Асинцхи батото я чохотеш ахликана качи хисо чохотеш ахто аажгад я ацхи баслоолик. First, I want to thank the speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council for coming to us here in Zahichin and to listen to us. Today, a matter of great importance brings us together, which is the Navajo Nation President Nagrin endorsement of President Trump's executive order on opening all federal land for energy development, including Indian reservation, the Navajo Nation. As a result of this executive order,
Republican Congress has passed on the House side a bill known as budget reconciliation to strengthen these orders. It is now resting before the United States Senate. The bill will open all federal land and water for mining and drilling, including reservation without input from the tribes. These processes and the operation cannot be challenged in court. The bill is extremely dangerous. Before leaving for Washington, D.C., Navajo president should have come to us as you are doing today to review his plan and seek our opinion as mandated by Title I, the Navajo Nation Code, fundamental law. After learning about the president's visit with Trump and announcing his endorsement, all chapters of Sitchin acted on a resolution stating the strongest possible terms, no coal development in all of the Sitchin region. Their reason is very strong. Before and during the negotiation with Peabody Coal, the people in the region were not informed about the plan to mine coal. It wasn't until after the lease was signed that they were finally told that a company was moving in with big machines to dig up coal, along with jobs and money for the surrounding community. 65,000 acres were approved for them for a period of 50 years. They could not imagine how long 50 years was. My mother was 54 years old in 1969. My dad was 65 years old when Peabody lease was approved. After seeing the devastation and destruction, my mom expired in 2010. My dad in 2005. Neither saw the expiration of the mine. I was a senior in high school. 50 years is a very long time. The people were never told about the water being subjected to contamination. A period of about 20 to 25 years later, they noticed the water and their natural resources were beginning to decline, along with vegetation, which included herbs, medicinal plants that also began to disappear. They started to ask questions and were finally told mining includes water. As the mining continued, many other environmental issues came up. There were less and less moisture from the rain and snow. The ground was drying up. Their cornfields were less productive, meaning corn pollen, cutting, hardship of growing their food along with the environment of the land in which wild animals were disappearing. Air was changing. They no longer could see the San Francisco Peak or see one of the sacred mountains. The mining also impacted their health, asthma, heart disease, and etc. Peabody used 1.4 billion gallons of groundwater per year. When their lease ended, people tried to get Peabody to build a water restoration project to restore the groundwater to the level that existed before the mining. Peabody refused. The water is precious and scarce. Under Peabody, under their revegetation and reseeding program, planted plants, non-native seed from eastern states, which the plant and the local government are not compatible.
Listening, testing.
Reseeding in the revegetation program. And native seed from the eastern states, which plant and local ground are not compatible, resulting in failure. No natural plant or trees were replanted. While refusing and failing in these restoration programs, they are now in the process of walking away with approximately $178 million in bond money. Local impact community did not receive any transition money for recovery purposes. Our Mother Earth, if any new mining were allowed, it would require new additional acreage above the 64,000 acres. Families residing in the new area will be forced to relocate to make room for the mining. I don't believe you want this under your administration. It will be a matter of indigenous people versus billion-dollar industry. Today, we're asking you for your understanding and help. Under a certain Navajo Supreme Court decision, Navajo Nation Council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation, not the president. I understand Navajo president was never authorized to make these commitments. You are governing body. Use that authority to correct the decision, correct the right as mandated by the fundamental law of the Navajo Nation Code. Correct the wrong just as have on several other Trump executive order on education, health, social services, public safety, and many others which impact Navajo Nation. So the Yego can get the schna. I don't that I shot the hundred of this nine ka nika in not go hat it anana it I don't I did it yet and kaya I did it and hit ho I did it yet quite and kigan because the Yego can get the schneed all this we can get the halad all this I can't.
Is the microphone back working? Although, yeah, it should change. And your statement is also written, so we'll make sure to include that within our records.
Testing.
And the fourth, Roman Bitui. Mr. Roman Bitui. Doshi te bi da jinje na has andole.
International. Fish on some pass in the head of so. Nan hit yard added hang yard and the first hope. Hunt to the sheet Sunan sister. Fish on some 1983 to 1970. For hunt for shooting combat at the I gave. Nice, now that's all. She, you're all the two, look at the gun catches. I don't get that, yeah, she said the woman is father. You could go shut up after I we just. I don't get that, yeah. Yeah, Annie, just after Annie, that she said. You should try that. I don't that, is it son that should not, go test she read that should shoot. But I can understand. Oh, go back, bring it again. So she, so she can get the fish, so see the. 所以呢，所以他们这个问题，问题上的是啥？啊，还说不到这个是，这是其实不到本来好，这个的，哎呀，你是上学的，你看吧，你这个是，那些都那个的那个，那是脏的那个，那个twist 脏。انت مش تشوف تجيني عندك كونفك هذا كيف اللي تجيني كونه انت نصوص تتجادى الدين كون تكون هنس وشين سيجد فيها الدين كون الصوت هذا هنس وشين سي تفهم ايه يبقى هنس وشين قبل تدير يدور شبه تدير يدور نميز خاطر تدير يدور لوشي عندها توشينا مش بتساعدوا كادو دكتور كان توشي بنجل تنني كلينيكي وقت بياز آني نفاح جا كان توشي بيني إيه يكون كي هندين بتأي بتا خياطة بتنو إيدو إيه بنجلس تنو إذا كويتشن تنتو أشياء أتو ناتاش بيجيتا خلقي ناتاش سلبت نسودش هي فتاة إيشي مكيلو ده فنجي كون نشيتي تاتو ده سيكي نشيت نالي ناتان نشيت نو هي فنا كون فتاحتي كون هان سوشيت نهت أدن ديني سردا هاتشي بتاتا كيتان دكي كون كيا هاتشي توج نه دنكي كيا بتاتا كيتان دنكي كون ايضا نأتن لنكي كان لنكي ايه يسيباسا ده انت ايه فن ايه يحكي ايه نهان غفر وناس زنبون باتا وين ده تلاتو هيو الصباتا وين تيجو هزمان بوتا ايه بنينا ايه يا استشو تدا سبوية خانش سبوشي بتاديت ايضا لنكي تدا خسكتا ويه فرده go han social gefällt die schau je wird auch von ich den schon fit ne der han superschit da auch ja die hat ich ido disco na tin se bis kanchen ido disco wird na nicht da ja environmental assessment die von as an da children get auch was da ne do aso Yes, a consultation, but a copy to us. So, but
Let me ask you.
now, Chico Aya has our way, but have answers. Exxon, delegate and Jimmy Power, so he for a Kaya. He has got Zogi, we get Tassa, Anki, quite a he indicate Ado under the hand, so she can have Ado under the. En dat de bij NATO niet bij NATO niet bij benad aki bij zou hazan. Adon dat naast auto. Beetje net bahakin. Deyo yasti benad joe beetje net ba. Dan zoals kon het ego ja. Bij has aan het kon bij dan zoals ik het had treaty deed, what responsibilities did,这个都还这个好像是个新的，跟了我都这个都一样，你知道是按个这个他把回我这，好像是个新这也还基本上上海都都了干的就一都那个这个还是按的，本年呐，也是按的快给，个那个好像是个新一新还是。Ajo non-necessary store, this trust responsibility in the tree has only comes to Shina to supply in Nende. Okoban Tusky. John Lady Hans to share it out for her mission. Beso had mission. Not unended to dungeon sat not. Hans to share ya, it's a case. And the day, Gayet installed this. I don't know that you ever had done. Ele está razão. A jota daqui, partes a cadota da hanzo shinni, na rei, peso. Don't that they has on. The gana that they has on. O for like it. For peso, the hardest peso, not a ah. Hans, so she died not peso, had a hold there, but I peso, not at all. Ah, Kahato, me. We had a hold there, but the Paragon Resources rents. You got 22,000 acres. You have land that is already marked for solar projects and wind projects. It's divided into 5 ranches. And you can tie that into the 500 kV line that goes from Four Corners to Salt River power plant and down to the, if you want a revenue generation for the Navajo Nation, that doesn't, it's not just revenue generation, it's for the Navajo Nation. It doesn't really benefit the local people. But to make that generation, it's going to require weaponry to identify some land within their area. So that if El Testamento Gas and that's a reservation line. There's a 69 kV line that runs parallel to that reservation. Okay, but I know there's a lot of issues that I could cover, but there's a lot of things that I didn't cover. But I hope that you read the document and I appreciate. And as my brother has said, that you are the governing body of the Navajo Nation Council, and we look forward to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Batsui. And next we do have Anita El Yazi. Then next we will have Larry Bilta. Badoshi Anita Yazi.
My name is Anita Yazi. I don't study I don't study I don't so aprecié cuando se oyó rosetta o paso sumiti what was I was actually honey that she took it all. The council delegate in his committee take visitation such as Sudan leadership and long the first lady. Chapter official and all that out of the public. Thank you for all supporting us and coming out to share in the midst of the mining. ABC the late the Cody that the city that land of the way to the Nikeda team who then the Ashnisha she says, no, she such a thing that is just none of the other things. But it's fine with you, with my back. I have sent she as negotiated. trash that thing, that not bullshit, rules and the regulations that's in the budget initiative, fishing us, additional payouts on how they, that doesn't know, what doesn't know. But now, that's just don't go out, that was the zero, we are the trash, that's easy, the one to screen, they don't do that, we have. I'm got a shit, that's just named it. Just say, Happy, and the dog, hey, has on. We took out and don't turn out, they listen for an hour, not lost. I don't trust the Nami Yazi on the catch of and I so. As for how to she does, being woodpeckers in that one can I don't see that not. Oh, what I'll say that one. Nah, I don't get that is she is me. Oh, yes. Stick on the face in the Harden so. I sat on the kitchen so. Oh, honey, they are for one to go. Hold over the head, no. For next is again the open. They are the Harden to be calm. They have to open there. I don't put all position. The action and dash mission. They shake the head. So was one foreman, the supervisor, that was made with their, without their education. I should have nobody, education that you know, yeah, bosses that directors, which is good. But for these that had to start out working, they had to work at least 10 to 15 years just to get on top of it. But good thing that Peabody was there. That was not supervisor, does legal foreman. They brought in a lot of trade. Yeah, 110 chapter of cotton J. He don't cotton J. Support resolution that the empathy no. Attention, I quite not a resolution, service non they need, so we need all 110 chapter support. But now this, so I don't chin that down, able donation that are there that I have no that I don't put you see these eyes, these army. A whole season. The way they chin that again. Next, all New Mexico, both. Chapter 4. Stay away. It's not, you see, me, but here, I've seen his trade as the step. Me, train that is, me, they are for fine. Tell them, $10 for what is, what about them? What happens on home site research, they need to share out on you. How they not our home site, basically. But then, ownership, that's the our research committee, on its agent, not just for she to hold up all what the whole stuff, all what that you need to the home site and they need to get, how that you now fight the whole and and that is not a lot of fire and there's no what never caught that is jail. He can't go, he then, oh, you the next water, no electric over the other, he's California, there are into, no, I kind of didn't read about it, but it just kind of popped up on the news. So I had to go to bed last night early just to come for this meeting. So I don't know nation corner is crazy. Yeah, but all the net, but I did see, I thought so. I think just that I'm a social something. I don't know, I'll be not on the way 2 months ago. I was at the meeting over in Utah. So to rain and I could be at the no. とに二つしのあいたさいのたちらがの情報カードや足の足にプレゼントしてなほいてあれやったってどうぞ。私がだってやってたんだけど、いらんの。あれをたなえやなしはほいにもともんせや。So they have research on opinion. They are not engaged for that is the traditional. So it takes years to go opinion. For hey, that's what I just say. I just say, big and that the Kana then. I can't go to
個人系ado Nita Yazi, ado kunenana Larry Bilta, ado Biketo A Merlin Chido le.
Some type of party. Speaking. I don't want to distinguish member of the Navajo Council, thanks for coming out to hear us for the teaching company. I'm going to next several facts about the staff of the Ashen about I'm old enough to have seen several things that have happened through the years. Mainly things that happen primarily because of the mind. I don't send that uncle to you have a band that is such a thing and so here. It's your kids. I don't that don't know what we have so that hard being there so for the contacts, you know. They don't know how far being there are the contacts now that we have put it down there. I don't understand what stop down the valley just yeah stop that for hard being at their own so yeah the Krishna Sata, the hot people, a report them. All of Nijan, the Peabody, that one not a hit here. And you did it not on this when you get. Yeah, not in hard. Krishna faith that start on this. You get started is a cheat of it's so hot. Of course, now I gave it in a nasty spectrum. For say, yeah. Nana that means what's the other thing is action of 20 car dogs that no water mineral water line extension. So and all the phases is for the Indian that no yeah and that into 8 or yeah last phase 1 you over top of it's again over the question after they are all things that they go next upon the situation paper learning he offered the town minimum but that means that is Mr. And then hope you have pop around as legal episodes and say then it's called it's called any honey in the man after that. Oh, I don't need that. Bench anything the phase 1 the argument let the condition of happy cutting in the hazard. So Bella and the cocoa, a young spare or the president now in hot that sleep. There is humanitarian reduction of not Tahoe. จะคนกับเพื่อนนี่ปัสสาวะน้องเอยเป็นใช่ไหมอีกทีพอหดร้อนแต่แค่แบบนี้สิ่งที่อยากที่ตัวโอ้มาเป็นหัวใจกับการรู้นะสิ่งที่สุดท้ายก็สิ่งที่เนี่ยสิ่งที่เล็กลังน้องเอยนะสิ่งที่เจออารมณ์สิ่งที่เอยากจะเอยวินีนานะสกัดอารมณ์ที่สุดมาสุดนะ أني عندنا الشهر فقط ويلا أني فقط في مش نقطع مش من يبنينا بس قال بنينا في قطعه هنا لغته إذا إيش أنا خاص من الدوش خطأ هذا الطريق حتى شيء أنا شيء من سوي بيسو شيء إنه إذا أم فيك فقط يعني شنو أتوقع عشان كنا إن شنا توفي Navajo every national appropriate outcome Nigana Niketos since the for that limited twenty the half of federation are shown that in the Yahoo that's it. I don't think the son of the culture the young although yet the Nakachi a position Ashkenazia, das ist die Russania, Ashkenaz, but and then speaking or normally that species struggle. Oh, yes, Edmund, that and Shinna, don't you? Yes, for abundance for occasion. Thank you for coming out here and listening to us.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. Ado kunenana Merlin Chief. Merlin Chief. Ado Biqueto e Carlos Steele Dolesh.
Then updated and then said, now the 8 of the net that they need to want to come here. They then shown it with the one of the car. With the cutoff. On it, not clean. Out of the out every at Nadigi, don't care. Be not glossy out every at Nas. You can help for the knuckle. You take at the none day. You take this will get there. The next day, don't take this will not. The nose he done it was not article. He has that. Ado. I had that. We treated our job as on Italia. Not toss the finish off the on Italiani. They had that a not toss the cheap red book, this nitty, or CFR that is neat. Sahogi, human rights, you've been equal it's not a mission that we can change those and turn that. What in the better not toss, the cheap is a you know, no, but a lot of this, please. A resource needed South Cheese. Resource in 1951 had now had this now Yandi Navajo Nation government. Yandi Creek. But they did level. The Yado Ahoda. But other resource are no Yandi. A given shit that a resource. The better not crossing that Jahagi. This day is and it's on the use that. A day that there's over 10,000 the Lebanon talking the other resource money and it's not that you at all subject of paper at all in the data. When did the Nahas come to the net? That shada no one never there to the net or that shada. You did in the higher seat as on that Washington. The given that not for short cut the net Washington needs that. Because Madon is there and no, not toss the car. Are they all trousers on that man to please come? Actually, other views are just in the Hano. On his honor, you know, best on this Yahane was a tradition not eat yet. So, when the whole thing. So, we can rescind that resource back to the people. It is not as late 1957 yet, not April 17. Public in the yen house so big on me. It's just enough, but then I had the need about me. Upon him showed me, and that there, not so funny, sitting there. We need to resend out resolution. Put it in the Hana, the thought. I don't, but together, I savage it. Jonaba. The is great. Kaya yata no say that the lahon nadi disi ben nadi disi ben hafot ben haho expansion and capacities na they has the get us stuff. Saban test case. I don't go Washington though the Tata Gadi the Nelly or Sahagi. Actually, need to street Jonathan Ned the question. Oh, it's all netty lad. Threaten sheet a hold la. Even get home to ya. Here, what a sheet la. YouTube, they took me to the dark side on the YouTube. Then the get it on me. Still, that she just get how did me. Michigan, easy lot as he ski the how did me. So, share this leader, YouTube to get that. It's got as card. The best friend never that much other. The Chiyadan Bobasado is the old name. I guess as upon the Kadeshi net is other Sadigi communication Sunni, it's just the Hados, and the until Anna is on it. We will take the resource back from the Navajo tribal government. Alon, we will take the BIA over Central Door Agency now. We'll take those over and we'll go deal straight with the federal government. I guess it's not the heck, it's still they either they because those chunks just either they question. This is going to be federal to federal. Washington needs. That's how I see it for you guys. It finished. I was in the go she yet lost. He ended, but ended and then get he together never gone. Never be question us. As I say, not the given, the net the given, the Sunday play. Oh, Jonas, yeah. Of course, on success to the net, we see that it resource. We need to rescind that being cause another day again. Go the better not talking to conduct in the need place. We're strong and we're the net, they're not DC needs. I'll put on to have sleep on it, and I will lead you guys to the promised world to move back to who we were before the white man appeared. If they know that he get in his even enough, that was the other Navajo. And not give no Sunday. You get there in his he's listening to us right now. It is a tradition, didn't that? About Baba Signado, Baba Nothing. I put on to have sleep all day. We can rescind that resource back to the people with permit, God of grazing permit, never found that thought. Neither, you can't get that. Upon the end, protect, David Catholic place, there's a Supreme Court. Although after this is no United Nations, which is another United Nations upon the but it should get up, but say you treated us. Oh, for the end, which is none doubt, you and tell which you got in treated with all need. That's what they told the United States of what it all needed. We're the people. I would say that I put on with your house, sleep all day. You can't have nothing there.
Okay, do Merlin Chi, Ado Conapona Sogi Carlos Steele, Ado Wikido A Amos Johnson Golden.
Right there.
My name is Carlos Steele. I'd like to welcome you guys and thank you guys for coming out here to hear the people's voices on this issue. And I'd like to say out there to my community And the first thing I would like to do is I would like to humble myself before my leaders, my community. I am a member of this community. I'm a father, I'm an uncle, I'm a Che, I'm also a son. I've made many mistakes in my life, and I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've done many things that I would like to just humble myself before my community. So I grew up in this community, my family's from here, and I saw the negative impacts that the coal industry has had on my community. Throughout this hearing, I have not heard anybody say we need jobs, coal jobs. I have not heard anybody saying that we're struggling, in the form of economically we're not starving. So I feel, along with my community, that one of the biggest projects that the Navajo Nation should be standing behind is a water harvesting project. A water harvesting project just as large as the coal industry. Water is more valuable than gold, more valuable than coal. It is one of the most valued resources on this planet. With water, the community will flourish, jobs will flourish, the chapters will flourish, the people will flourish, the education system will flourish, the law enforcement system will flourish, all of that will flourish, the land will flourish. So why can we not implement a water harvesting project just as large as the coal industry? I ask that. From the beginning of time, man has always created, there's been a war around natural resources since the beginning of time. Water and land has always been fought over, So we have the land, but we need the water. With the water, again, not to be redundant, but the community will flourish with that. So as the Navajo Nation is looked at as a corporation, as looked at as a company, how aggressive is our corporation? How strong is this company, the Navajo Nation? When I looked at our president, Mr. Nigerian, shaking the hands of President Trump, as a business person, you have to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. You have to be aggressive. You have to be mean. You have to be stingy. You have to be greedy. You have to have your own hidden agenda, which benefits your company. The company being the Navajo Nation. The company being the Navajo people. The company being, the communities of the Navajo Nation. So in the world of the Lagana, the nice guys finish last. How aggressive are our leaders going to be with the natural resources that we have? The Navajo Nation has a strong foothold in the energy industry. And we should be just as aggressive. We should be, a wolf in sheep's clothing ourselves, So I ask that our leaders stand strong, our leaders stand aggressively and look into the future and be mean for us, be aggressive for us, stand up for us, be ruthless against our enemies for us. And on the other side, listen to us. We're your people. Be nice to us, back us up, but be careful of the Laganas, especially the energy industry. And it's been known through history. This is not genetic, but we've been manipulated. We've been exploited through the energy industry. We were robbed of millions and billions of dollars. That's written down, that the political system was manipulated for this, and here we are today, we're talking about restarting this coal industry. Now, how is that going to benefit us? Is that really what the Navajo people want? And it's not what we want. So, and I guess that's what I'm trying to say to us. And as an entrepreneur myself, I have worked with people outside of the reservation, and being a business person, I've learned the hard way that if it's not a very nice world out there, you know, you have to look out for the benefit of your company, you have to look out for the benefit of your agenda that you have for your business. And I hope that the Navajo Nation is, you know, doing the same thing. Because we have to remember, as the gentleman mentioned earlier, about the long walk and where we come from. The United States government, the Lagana will always be our enemy. You know, we have a lot here where we're given literally nothing when we came home from the long walk, but yet we flourished. They saw us flourishing with our livestock, they saw us flourishing with the land, and then they implemented, you know, food stamps, they implemented the commodity foods to, you know, slowly, to systematically, you know, sicken us. And then after that came the coal industry. They found out that we're sitting on, you know, large natural resources that were, you know, America needed at that time. And they came in and with their lawyers, they came in with their manipulative tactics, and they excluded us. So you look out here today, and I see, you know, a very strong people, a Brazilian people, and we want a water harvesting project to, you know, so we can flourish. And I really, really hope and pray that you guys are aggressive for your people, aggressive for your communities, you know, and, you know, remember that nice guys finish last with the bill of ground. Nice guys finish last in the business. You know, nice guys finish last outside in the energy industry. So that's about all I'd like to say to everybody, and especially to our leaders. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Do kunenanan ginan Amos Johnson, the kid do Don Chi do list. So Mr. Don Chi, be on standby.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable and Prince Pass, I'm in the committee. Welcome the fourth straight to itching. Amos Johnson, adults and not in the ancient walk and was his chain. What it's easy, that's another talk, it's ancient shade out there. It's easy for yet Black Mesa. The door, not Ado, you see, Shamon side is that at all the fair when got on our neck. Ako Kachina, Nishiki, Kodoba Hats, BIA, the Nini on the Banash, BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs. That Nash is on Hania teacher. Osad, Katnash, Nito is the secret ocean on Hani, Eber, Nakish, Nikitin, yet. I don't despise. The ocean thousand after the Reclamation by Yata, Peabody Cove. ANTL, the Dosa, at that office, Ako, sinanishige Navajo partition land. Kaya pa yung tinigikis ani kado penas ni ados kado ne pande anigi de ko kung ba o si the na sauce the na sauce igi in Washington nigi pa Chicago ne tabi adon tingan the na na ang sistema ako kwinigi igi Peabody, ako, sandigi, kaya ya, ato kata kata nishenta, kukata, ko, adon sinda, Johnny Fazo, net one, dinigi, san, dinigi, get the foot, no. But the kaya now say, sa and it's what short. Ako kwedigi kutsa. Ako jashi das keto da peso ado yashi. Ako tapos ni dahis na na aspre. Kasi to kaya na what that post mining impact community groundwater in aquifer the fleet that's the crazy na Adon the deep company losing springs. Adon the moving over the Nigito, ya la tenes on. Pesca but quarters up over the need nani penalty Uya the tenes on. The face not but the jail and but not that this Kazoshin, that echo there. Adon da Kunana, Eki, face not but not for the butter, not no she. City be capital, NDR, so but what don't put the party need the whole. Adon the Adonana. See, from that was Carson Adi, the Dosina, the Dosina. Kaya, over the thing that he finished. Take the Dobia, a funny, she pays of the barn, like him. The Queen of Bayet, Danchi, paid that source government, Washington, sued or make it known. $500 million, yeah. Ado ata kichi kaya kichana yada. Ashe kare kutsa. But the number eight, door yay in that. Or then of course not say that indicate erosion control. Ado and the fourth see follows still water harvest. Go agency can now be at the door yet. Adon the key, the bound in the sun all day. They in that day cards of me don't. And other door is there. Green trees are being cut for firewood to stay warm. They don't come on some case they that door me. Adon Dutch. Revenue sharing. Is on the work phone store with the bank boss on the down. Okay, companies don't take it on. Based on the state okay. I mean, the government is in the state, getting now. So 100 chapters, 110 chapters, okay, so so AI got that. Everything that they over 90s. That is see. Oh, I don't know, type of shit, but personally, I oppose so you pay the fire data. de Washington, de Cayman, such as a practice, steel product, need on actually of the then I get or the I don't that. And the 1800 to auto base on the base at the door, state, I don't that. So not great, the cat of cat. Other that call, no part of they. The best paper in Yankee, that paper. She that the captain said, Washington did not any paper. We don't get the check that the North need, not so far that all. They that. But as young to the team of Cardi, no, none to educate like they four corners. I just see opinion, but why only to see opinion? But the eight or the K, I did, eight or me. I can't think it.
Kudo Mr. Johnson, Ado Kuneshinana, Donchi, Ado Bikedo A. Ellis, Yazi, Domish. It like we say B, Jinja in has Ado Bish.
This has documentation and notes. Sorry. What you mean?
Hey, what on T will cost her? Donald T. H. Kapahans, then you can as another. This thing is change. On the garden, a little other shot, it doesn't let. What out the men's? A coyat equa. Put down for Agi, Sanan not so. Ado, Sanan Vice President Elsie. Yeah, Brad is on lock. Ado Fern. How do you rep? Yeah, he's on lock. But I need to tell this, it's all education. Ado, he council delegate. The shot, Hania. Oh, but I'm sorry, yeah. I don't, I'm not sure, I can't know, remember, I can't know, back with that. Yeah. Without, that's the clean or without, by your teeth. What can do? What's out there, this is case. Deed, and that's a deep outside the RG 80 resolution, no. Donald Trump, a busy Kaila. Kuna, Ninan, Nigrum. Ski has with us is renegade of a top, ne? I keep the boy at Navajo times, he ate it all shit. Those were the twins. She know, Nina, was it out. If it all shit. Okay. Kasin sa koye. Not anin, leniki. Ye busy igila. Or pass ya. Okay, quietly, Lago by Yafki. Asano. Lago. They that out of Peabody. That was just. They so. Hoto, Nikki, business. Nina, no. Navajo track, Roti Oslo. Misschien gaat ze laden. Dat is in de shift of Neniki. Keep in dealness. No. Quarter. The 15 for later. I still was father. But he wasn't on winter out for a neat day. Auto A and Lego reservation wide. for a power nothing. Of course, deep cannot get on this, and any yes, but we do not even yes, I have that. Don't do that now, K hundred. Panic. Of course, that large is out of the city. We're sitting on federal land. And that treaty of 1862. Had it on a federal land, Washington DC, that not on it, and then he gave a look at the Apaches. Copper mines, I thought that I know. That's the first thing that came up. You're sitting on federal land. They can do what they want. So I just copper mine, I have not again. He quit out on me. It's a hold the on the beach. On that side, and then last after it's me. Not only hooked up on the house top, which I had that these feel. Other, what's that the need to case in there? Oh, there's not they need, they don't need auto. Return to be sale that auto me. Of course, is about something, not on this. These coal mine. An auto was happening. So, oh, so now they can run for the eight adult fan delta for eight carbon it's application. Actually, yet in shippings in a quantity up. Visserligen, not on adobben jata. Och det kom antas abayasti. Antas I don't know. Det black run alba. Adobben jata. Adobben sayata. A quantity. Jada class of me. Of course, yes, it is. The nether, no. Sean, and I started with the cleaning, some kids, actually, I need. I seen it not, I seen it not, it's still easier. Of course, agency is the of course, this is a dog. Of course, enough education than that. The hard first case of the halfway in my prayers, you are number one for local people. Machine is on the council that's all me. Which can't get out either. I scorned it. There was a time kicked off say. I scorned it. And she thought, na. Travel again. Beat us out. Beat up. Speed. Now it wasn't eat next way, but on this course. Hey, now I want to hit me. Okay, so that really a standard of state asphalt. Satito, so. What are you? Need a hospital is instrument. Carbo, yeah, eat up. Need a hospital. I know.
Okay, Kadoshi Mr. Donald Chin de Don the Shishit. Do Kunashinana, Shamakado, Ellis R. Yazi, do be kitten a firm benali do this.
Where are you sitting here? I said, you look like
the house, turn the house, turn. Company, that's it, cut the nurse out. Doesn't make and very careful with any. They're quiet or to give a call. Ah, they are to chamber and
Yes, that's the whole.
any time so such it. I saw to not cause it to change not the. I couldn't hot house, yeah, I don't understand. I saw 20 cock.
Roberto dos anni de Juan Ida. Ato enta the shit the snow echo that the snake at a corner the sata. Don't let his army go with asata. Don't say the constantly your Satan. In that Navajo, whatever, the other hot, that's 1,000. Then I saw 20 had this is 1,000, they don't get 1,000. Then Navajo shop and sickness. So it's cut out the one and sickness. There's not enough. I want to shut back. There goes another cut the shot. Pardon, I couldn't just hear at ever at instant. So I sit there at the station to Tadia. I go what and ask for the Shiado at the door in the chair, only got the chair. Quiet can come how cool. I had a better than it. I don't see it did a chair on me. They don't get any chair on the. Oh, what at on a sorty after it needs. What are the trash without? Needs a whole drunk. But then there's Nana Hadagashi revolution. Never you have to have this or then. But they ain't not so certain when you get it. Oh, I got out and there. Then we start to chat. They got nice old honey. Not only the no finish, I see the no finish. Ja, äga har man hade jättekört dit så att då så kunna äga. Där det hon ställde det att allia. Så man känner jag det kan ha kela på hållen. Att det kunde det i chans så att han fast. Då jag iskada då. Akko ahon såni det har sido. Ado agan har så kado bi kao je isen trago. Sada what ha trisana en men har så koya ego je. Ado kone kana nega pointa bi. Kini ya de tan lo kon ya bita ha ki do de zendande. Has twen he bendi kote. That she was funny.
Okay. Quite, she, Bernali, do the kid, do a Joanne, Rome, do this.
Yeah, it's one top. So we got on me a heart act to follow me. Yeah, it's one I don't hang zero. I don't think I finish this by 10 weeks. I don't honorable delegate, honorable speaker Carolyn. So these other, I appreciate I have these up. Other say jag kanske vet för men aldrig ja. Other tilltiden som att få alla basis till men I made that a change. Other can the change that that's nala steak and the chitney so again the ya na steak again there. I don't the Peabody or ya chitney and now bahon zing. Đại nè next aro cái hệ không thật đại sở chỉ cái ya bài đọc thì đi Washington cái nào cái này không sẽ chân hay nó đó lista nó ya thì sẽ to đạt được nè ala shuma Mabel Benali ya she fought the battle she fought it she went everywhere to talk about the cold and its effects and she passed on from an illness that happened from the coal mine. I remember her fight when Black Mesa Mine shut down in 2005, and I remember I could not believe, but it happened in 2019. And shut down. We have all heard of President Trump's executive order on April 8, 2025, entitled Reinvigorating America's Beautiful Clean Coal Industry and Amending Executive Order 14241. There is no such thing as clean coal. Coal is dirty and it is dead things from all sorts of stuff. Parts of the judge parts of the says that she can all you out of it you can see it in the house but they cut it and the no face on the fishy archaeology the thousand maybe other nada hakasa today not the shopinashly a quack which in these don't need and oh your hazi no yahalnexa that was the kind of things that our relative experience. And as leaders, we're here to listen to your comments on the impacts and concerns related to coal production and the executive order. Several hundred Navajos work at these mines. They benefit economically. However, in the long run, they didn't know how to invest their money and save their money. And everything went downhill when the mines were closed. Peabody came here to strip mine. I went over requesting a road to be bladed. During the years after I come back to the Navajo land, I was told by the manager, we are here to extract the coal and not community service. To my face, I was alone visiting the manager, and this is what they say, and I have heard several people say that they went in there requesting just a simple blade to their home, and they were told this is not what they do. Extracted coal was what they did. They ripped the lands. The royalties were sent to Navajo Nation, where it was shared among all of the 110 Navajo Nation chapters. However, the local leased coal area did not benefit from the royalties. When leased coal residents went to their respective chapters to seek help, they were told Peabody is taking care of them. Peabody na haliam kabetet no. And chapter the chutahong yung other pada the car the shopa ada chopa the shopa ada no. However much least residents begged and pleaded to get water, electricity, better roads from PWCC, Peabody, Western Coal or Peabody Energy. The Navajo and the Navajo Nation, no improvement happened. There was a Peabody freeze, just like the Bennett freeze. Improvement of any kind was prohibited. At this point in time, Peabody lease residents and surrounding areas do not have pipe running water. Although many have cistern systems, all have to haul water. In 2009, the locals banded together to request pipe running water. The Mini Mills Waterline project came into being. However, the project is stuck at phase one. Homeowners training was to happen prior to the COVID pandemic. But this far along has not happened. Black Mesa residents continue to haul water on a daily basis. The residents are not getting answers on what's going on and when they will have running water. Water is life, but you have to haul it. Peabody, these residents were also involved in the settlement negotiation for infrastructure funds. The funds were for infrastructure on the leasehold area, specifically Mini Mills Waterline project. However, the area's delegates diverted the funds to their own chapters, again leaving the leasehold residents without infrastructure funds. There is no fair through pavement through the Black Mesa region. You may have come on 41 from Pinyon. Couple miles or like 5 miles down the road, and then you have to endure the dirt road. All major arterial roads have at least 10 to 25 miles of unpaved road. Pavements come to an end. The Black Mesa people have to deal with mud, road washouts, ice, cold, and snow during the inclement weather. I still have a few pages. Anyways, but I have 30 seconds. I have others to say, but I'll just hand this over. When it was all said and done, Peabody lease residents are still left behind, forgotten by their leadership, who never addressed the email sent to them. Peabody's only here to extract the coal and to make money, and not do community service. Billions in profits for Peabody and much royalties to the Navajo Nation. We still haul water. Students are still transported on muddy dirt.
Oh, too much time?
Well,
Okay, now so some copies for the copy of your written statement. Oh. Ado Kunedinana, Joanne Rome, Ado Beketo e Wilda Enagal, Joanne.
Those ladies are, the ladies with the high back.
Leven kat ade. Wat ege se verhopsi, ade verhopsi. Adone, met die uit gaat nog leven wat ik doe, ade verhopsi. Lilla, hoe dat het ege ben verhopsi, shota amaukus. Het ege fotochi en man stand in mat hotel. Usta. Behni na hiç ben hiç. Bir dile yapanlar insan şahsen. Aşağıda kanıza bakın. Nahas çinle, sokele, ile konasını seno epati. Aşağıda hadi ego fito, ben don. Nisi. Şimdi için saklasın. Hadi ahada. Nahada. Human rights, the lush that need the we have rights. We should focus on some case, not on anything. There's only such a little that you not get Everything, everyone, not 장사고 에코 야호 에고 이쪽에서 포도 나이 에데 대나니 에도데 적사 에데 나이 상상상 어데 아다나 소스 대지로다 또 이리 포데 저는 배하서 안에서 안다니 뭔가 아니 저는 이게 포데 united I see the heart is focused. I like ever any other magic. I like that they measure us. They have ever never said on them. I asked it on them. So you're contradicting. So quite as lawyer is talking. And they are our life is confident. Eşitliği, muka ilgilenmeyi, ema insan, basit ana anne ifade, müteahhit, hangi muka ayrı, o hayat eği, de lafı, o ende lan, sonra yol, telefon bir tonne veya elinde atton işte de ağzında. Madonna adobus bahomyata. Ako evening parentisya ite. I see adult legend no talking that the whole is at the chapter level. So I had to know about other chapter meetings and what you know. Sometimes they're not heard, especially when I see it back over. That's what I'm experiencing too. So we need to be heard. I need competent here the whole time. So some of us think overthinking. What's the argument with that? Well, a choosing what's that? How should we go ahead on those things? Don't go a young sickness. Please, I'll show you. I'm going to get this.
Yes, masane. Ado kuna nauna Wilda Anagel do biketo e Amy Bigedo lesh. Wilda.
Wilda, second call?
Yeah, thank you for coming out. Madam Speaker, in your office, Jay, Wilda Anigalia, Twenty National, the Bethlehem and Bashis team, have a lot of Russia trade or not trade on the national. The Beijing belong that, Russia, specifically the White House area, so I am, hold on, let me get my- So I oppose the executive order, and reinvigorating America's beautiful clean coal industry. For years, our community has been providing oral public comments to the Office of Surface Mining regarding the reclamation process. We speak from generations of lived experiences of watching and feeling the direct impacts on our land. Climate change has only reinforced the direct impacts on the land and its valuable resources, particularly the culturally significant resources of water and cultural plants. Reclamation has not been fulfilled, it's still ongoing. The national energy market shifted from a fossil fuel based industry to an industry that is in favor of renewables. And yet, despite this reality, there remains interest in expanding energy coal production. Time and again, community members have come forward to share what they see and endure. We speak of diminished springs of sinkholes forming the extended reclaimed areas. For generations, many families here have lived without electric and running water. And to this day, we have not received any meaningful just transition support or resources. We have been left behind before responding and developing to plans to address the social and economic shocks. Our community continues to call for action. We urge immediate attention to the following priorities. Expedite the Mini Meals Water Line project to ensure reliable access to clean water. Pave the Navajo Route 41 to improve mobility, safety, and access to emergency services. Reinforce interagency and internal collaboration to bring the Black Mesa Community Resiliency Hub to realization. Enhance telecommunication networks to ensure equitable access across the community. Strengthen emergency preparedness and ensure community safety. Initiate policy and programs that improve social and economic well-being for our residents, those whose livelihoods have been overlooked for generations. Advance targeted research and health assessments focused on Black lung disease and other related respiratory illnesses. Update the 2013 Navajo Nation Energy Policy. Please support just transition efforts. Help us to restore our coal impacted communities. Provide aid and programs to address the needs of the community before moving backwards to bring back coal. We should listen to the experts, researchers, scientists, and the experts in the community. We need to consider paths forward for future generations. And I just like to say that I come from a family of generations that have lived on Black Mesa. And I am still seeking a just transition, and my son is here with me. I'm hoping that there's going to be a better future for him and his future generations, as well as the grandkids and, everyone's grandkids here, sorry. But that's my comment, yeah.
Dad, Marcel Miguel, although Kune Banaho Suzuki, Amy Bigay, although Biketo, a Linda Ackles League. But that's it. Kijisa. Then I got Eda. Although Tebi, the Hajinja, a con has although they you would have 8 minutes to collect your public comment. So Amy Bigay.
As the net, we can't talk about coal without mentioning uranium. Both of these industries have left our people sick and with less resources. If we accept one, the other will come. We have always been left behind in America's efforts of energy development. Where's our energy? Why are there Navajo people with no electricity today? This bill doesn't help us. This bill helps them. My father has cancer. 2 of my uncles have prostate cancer, and my aunt passed away last month from breast cancer. I look around and I wonder who's next. Will it be me? Will it be one of my siblings? Or worse, will it be one of the young ones? One of the children? Will they be able to live on their ancestral land? Are we going to fail them? Are we going to tell them we couldn't fight for clean water? Are we going to tell them we couldn't fight for clean air? Are we going to tell them mining for minerals was more important? Right now, I see a future full of cancer and disease. A future where the sage we burn makes us sick. A future where the tobacco we smoke has disease in it. A future where the water we drink makes us sick and the air we breathe makes us cough. As Indigenous people, we are complicit in the pollution of our Mother Earth. We are complicit in the pollution of our water and land. Executive Order 14241 should not be implemented on or around the Navajo Nation. We must take accountability for the pollution we created on our reservation and on other tribal reservations. We must stop participating in colonial values and come back to our people and our nature and our mother. Money is nothing compared to the land. Money means nothing without clean water. Money holds no value when the air you breathe poisons you. I served 5 years in the Navy. Honorably discharged. I did not serve for my homeland and for my people to be full of disease. I served for clean water. I served for the next generation to live and prosper in good health. This bill does nothing for our people but exploit us. This continues to happen to our people. We are continuously seeing the same processes over and over again. When are we going to change it? We already know coal is bad. We already know uranium is bad. The question isn't whether coal or uranium or mining is bad. The question is, are you going to do the right thing by your people, by the land, by the water, by the youth? That's the question. So if you pass this bill, if you let uranium and mining into our land, that's on you. You let that go. And if you're not willing to fight for us, you will be asked to leave. That is your job. Your job is to fight for the next generation. Your job is to fight for us, for the water. And if you can't do that, and if you're not ready for the fight, get out. We need strong people in these positions. We need people who aren't scared. are more than willing to stand up and say, this isn't right. To know that business as usual isn't going to happen. And if you can't do that, you need to step up and move out of the way so we can elect people who will. Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Amy Begay, Ado Kinenana Linda. Linda Alcofili. Alcofili. Alcofili. Hatashi. Hatashi. Ado Bekedo Elsie Benali Dobe. Ado Elson. Kadon Kije Ejio. So just be on standby for your call. Next in line, George Ada, I think the Kije Pata Stockholm Hades Niki. Okay, question Shima. Oh,
Linda, I'm Copley. People are going to toilet coffee. She knows she. Oh, she usually or coffee to know or coffee, not a coffee. So they like crochet, yeah, for the teenage. Although not taken, yeah, that's Che Ashkan had some Aro Nala Ekia Ani. Ashkan Junako. Aro about it. I saw funny. Aro Bandas and she be no cut. A Kadon and the daily dollars. Aro did the cut. 30 minutes to shut me up, 8 minutes. Before I learned the sheet, so they not the kid, I guess, the mining open model, we the Yankee, no, we the time which they are renewable energy, tourism, and culture enterprise, agriculture, traditional farming, workforce development, job training, infrastructure, technology. But health insurance is health insurance through their work. Of course, has quit on of Trinidad, so mine young Badash. So I should have the health insurance. I know all this. And it's not going to be guaranteed. We can mine, he told us our health issues, black lungs, emphysema, chronic pulmonary obstructive disease. James Zoli is about the hazard. Asthma. Other heavy metal objects that can damage the central nervous system. It's and his. Hey, look up the heart. Up for the alarm. Although perhaps the dog about the should something. I don't know. He's not on this, right? Have like myself that was good. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't sure if they told me this because of the grandma. Que se hai, eu sei lá, é peso, que that no, that she found something in young, we never got anything that looked much. She was a Ghana corporation, she they young, get that all that. And the 50 years we've been through this. They should have one suffer. I don't see them, they were, window like that, our tribal, personnel, audit my husband. Och där, om han bara kan så där den som har tecknat papper då, så har det en snackis. And then the EPA, OSHA, safeguard of the environment. Så även the Trump administration, they did as a adult has joined this base of a so beyond the safeguard, how long need that Trump on successful. The bank test. That's not the must down that she is a home site. Landmarks of the home. If you look at Black Mesa, about other vegetation. I don't pass one up a hot dog, nothing on the own. So they for your oil on cyclists. Our ceremonial ground. I don't touch with us after that when kept out there. So at the end of the auction for healing in the cornfield burial grounds. They found burial grounds that even that. I hold up on cyclists. I don't ask yourself. Ask our Washington and our council members the question who, what, where, why. How is it? John had that they have their streets and closing. I like to take this opportunity to take it back to Crystal and Michelle Ray. She was a question about please take our concerns presented today and safeguard our people, our land, livestock, sacred grounds, landmarks, health, and generations to come. So I'm, upfront with our generation. Even now, should happen to have this season, not only for my kids and others, I myself from the people on the street from the I don't sure they give it, but how long, so long, I'm not for it. Somebody can.
Yeah. Kuna nana else. Do be kid do a Melvin between go let.
Not early, remain as a down taking time out of your busy schedule to come and listen to us. Yeah, I'll know on here. The crack, the bahasi, I should change in that. There are there's not a letter. Try to cautious, no. I don't know. I hear listen. I saw maybe I see trying to get that auto. God, Say, Danielle, and all she I don't put the screenings, no, yay, and that, but she need. Hey, that's his dad. Say, spoke, and I don't know, nothing, she did. Oh, suddenly, my, I don't, to change. Daniel Benali, Adolf, Masana, Mabel Benali. The fishing for all the in the shop. That in Hadaska, that Adolf say Adolf, was a home that or yet Adolf in the shop. And I. What's that mean to reinvigorate? Oh, yeah. Does that mean everyone on Black Mesa must leave their homes again? Does that mean we have to suffer again? Does that mean we are going to mine, dig, and breathe the land dry again? If the answer is yes, I say no. No more draining the earth for the future that has no future. Coal is not our salvation. It's a sunset industry. It will go extinct in our lifetime. Dragging it back from the edge will only drag us with it. We should not be asking how to bring back coal. We should be asking how to bring our people forward. We must think of the future, our future, the generations yet to come. What kind of life do we envision for our future as an indigenous people? What kind of land do you want them to walk on? As indigenous people, what future do we honor? One that gives us in harmony with the earth, and one, or one that sacrifices us for someone's profit. The Navajo Nation has provided coal to the big cities for many years, many decades, while the people on Earth or the people on and around Flat Mesa don't have anything to show for it. We are left with broken land. Land that is trying to heal, land that will forever be scarred from the damage done. The environment, the ecosystem, and the people are in deteriorated health, and infrastructure is non-existent for Black Mesa and the surrounding area. I went to West Virginia. I saw the Appalachian people struggling. The Appalachian Mountains destroyed and left hollow, just as the people who reside here. The people and the hills are stripped bare. The communities overrun with drugs, crimes, and illness, lack of clean water, constant warnings and water restrictions, constant boil water advisory on the radio due to the coal mine accidentally contaminating the water. If we see and hear of the Appalachian people suffering, why must the Navajo Nation follow the same path? Why people from rural areas have to be the ones who suffer while the urban areas claim the benefits? We need to do better. We must say no. We need to ask this question. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Or for those of you who don't understand what I'm asking, does the reward commensurate with the risk? From what I see, the answer is no. as the Appalachian people say, no use busting in your bag for the temple full of nothing. Our Navajo Nation leaders need to return to their roots. That the Nat people are people of harmony, people of Hoja. We don't practice Hoja if we don't protect the land or the water. We are supposed to be the protectors of the earth. Being here is a gift, and earth is our gift. Why do we want to destroy our gift? We should think of efficient and sustainable ways to revitalize the economy, heal the land, and help the people heal within the land. Thank you. That was what my daughter asked me to talk about for her this morning. So, oh, I got 1 minute, so I'll say okay, Elsie Benali on Shek Ado, but Kanas Nilla, a connect, set up a hero that's a diary. Ado, put the tree in snow. Oh, honey, yeah, but Ado, Chile, that's another party, that's a shape, but a sudden Ado, shot in the air. Sanina ito ang masama daw ako sa Chile kaya na touching siya describe of iba things ato nagay ko to atin ho slash do tle ana ato atin na slash ato inasya. I figured that, okay, so I'll.
Ado Kunashinana, Melvin Bitsui, Ado Biketo A, Harry Vandover Dole.
Good day to everybody. Monday. Ado and Hog Day from our Navajo Nation leadership. They have taken the time to come out here and listen to us, and then our tribal, our chapter officials here. So, my name's Melvin Bitsui. Kodachi with Nanishido, taking that buses to and then I'm a Forest Lake chapter resident over this way. Hills that way. I was born there and I was raised there. I just should my son had known the other issue like I was. And I went to boarding school like a lot of us from here. So and then from there I joined the military and I retired from the Marine Corps after 24 years of service. So yeah. And then I came back a few years ago. And I've been kind of wandering around out here trying to find a place to live. And that's my home over there, but I can't live over there because I have to haul water and too far to haul water. And then that's just the way it is. But I'll find a place. I wanted to be here because I want to talk about this man, Trump. So this is where we come to. He wants to open these minds up to make money. Who is this person? We listen to him. He has disrespected women. He went to court for it. He lost. He has disrespected so many people. He has disrespected other countries, leaders, he just kicks things around. But still, he was voted in as president. He calls a resurrection, Insurrection, it's not resurrection, didn't it? Sorry, you didn't do that, so. Yeah, he did that to our country. The other countries in the world, it's not getting afraid, no, it's not. Who are these people to vote this person in that does that? I thought, yeah. But who faces him? But then, fourth birthday, all the leaders of the breakdowns, it seems like our president, migrant, and all other Hashi, this is or something say so. Where are we at with this? Okay. He put us in this position. And his lifestyle, cheated beyond the need. He never had to work hard. He never had to cook. People cook food for him, they feed him, they dress him. Everything, it's done for him. We lived on the dirt, we lived in the Hokan. The bad one, we used to roam around, their elders up there. There was hardships like that. No shoes sometimes, both clothes, dirty, everything. He didn't live that way. He doesn't understand this. Up on this case of just listening. You can't talk that beat, not this coal mine. Again. Please take that back. They put that make it the Indian force like the things and the we experienced it. I never worked at that coal mine. I went the other way and served the country. That's what I did. But I see, right now, like the aftermath, the after effects of this coal mine in Kisashwar. We're still in dire need of a lot of things we want here on this chapter. People, I tell you, as I mean, the people, all of us here, we need something better. You can tell by that, by coming up here from Pinion, that paved road, you had to weave on that road to get around the potholes. And that continue on this way. You have dirt roads. There's so many things we need. We need a chapter house. Our president doesn't even stay in here. This is the president's place right here. He needs to be here with his staff. We got daycare or nursing home over there for the elders, not fully operational. There's so much that we need in this cold. It didn't really do nothing for us out here. They did have this city. So please take that back for us. So Trump, for us. So many things that with the universities, other countries, immigration, all that, yeah. But he's being stopped with court orders. Your judgments, that's not that's what is stopping. Is that what we need to do? So we need to do that. What do we need? We need money. We need money. Do we have the money? Can we raise money? Can we hire a judge to put a court order? Say, hey, maybe that's the way. That's how I'm seeing what's going on out there. So just my little thoughts. I don't know much, but just this little area that bothers me. So they did have to see. So thank you for coming over. It's a little short thing right there. Take care of yourself. So in numbers we have strength, yeah. We have this many people, but I know there are more people from this residence. And we need to continue on with this. I don't take the word that we hear from here and then feedback. Feedback, tell us. Our president, what did he say? Where is he? He should be here. This is because of him we're here. He should have been here. But thank you for taking his place right in there. But he needs to tell us what he thinks about it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Melvin Bitsui, do na Hera. Bend over, do. Oh, okay. Written comment, insha nila. Ako, Danielle Benali, she, hold you so less. Oh. Okay. Oh, Harry, okay. Okay, Katrina, Ado, Danielle.
The best speaker.
Oh, okay. Because she after Harry, Ruth Gilmore, though, less.
Harry, you know. I don't see it. I can't.
But against Ronnie, not only that, larger factory, John, what factory, yeah. But against what after. None of Shea Gary Vanderbilt and shit. Then between Gallup and Grant, it's a buck of fruit for you. It's that, I don't know. 1970, Navajo, James Cody, Nephi Cody, Ward Farley, Leroy Thomas from Belcom. And you had on the snowfall, jeez. I did not crack out. Yeah, I think it's correct name if I did not crack. I did I show her name on Sister. But yeah, but again, son, but yeah, on the inch, but she did not open the ever change. As it needed a should say. Was not as it should not let go. There is 7 to 7 ish not gone away, mind you. 22 years is stuff. But live it out of Hashisha. At a shot out of electrical farm and Sydney. Torsa in. It are as it got issues. Those are all swing that she said. But my heart. I don't think that black lungs again again go and the house Brian. Very signed the Satan and dated the Satan. Get out basic phase. Well, I said today other phase. What are basic? I don't know on it and now eat cheated for at the wall. They got net up on today's on for us one day. Says the height Hasia. Don't need your Lord. I say touch 8 hours. I don't know the 16 hours. Betty gets the shots 10 days at the hot sleep. Says, I couldn't say Zolly, Ben Ha. I think about they young chained us. It's a name. So wrote that he sleep. So what up? Ben Hitchin now is a name. I don't know that I caught and provide all the organs. They said, basic high court. I think so. Nipeso, niche and Dacia. A teenage of the function showing. I came in here, worked for Peabody. I was broke. When I left after 40 years, I was still broke. No. Oh, Kasi to da sige kasi basic ita. It all became never from what to what na haba. Da became ya ina nisbegia. But ya panses case ko. Ya hasen sabo. Akaro the way that what happened and they could mean it that they were so that not a sazanige torta. Achiki torta. The mind open not or Nikki. Retorta betorta ya. Hasin sabat the naked in each stage the tahatri. Set gets at the hatri. But since it's in yeta. To even now, etorta. But Francis case, but how you need Lanacom, need see I take the time that she tells them they know that she. But open knowledge the plan has funny door. To edit or that are near. The man is Donald that or done. They could all have been not partners in the other nurse and the show it up. But other. Another nation, Ashani, the Vedo, Quadrupis only. That's it, that's it is only that it's all you have constantly, it was a contact supply. I got that, say, none of the time, space of everything, well, so what up, Francis case, but none and they don't accept that, and they should not visit Castle. George told, Shishina. The best was and they not satisfied in a word as a fact. Asian now is a waterway. But gone this is thought that or and had it in Ado Kodo speaker though. A halshing at the Edo, Kodo base was and hard funny. Need on the not only than many we thought. So what Edo. Ado. Ski Yalna is a radio station because I don't come and this Ski Yalna. And I let out of Kona Rada. That is Nikia. So Edo. I got every daddy and lady in outside in the Sassuth. Now, I got if you even Jensen 790 that is every Jensen. Edo, Edo. So that here. Recall that meaning. Chơi that Agita. So I fun cyclist. Say 2004 to 2008, and the Nashada other chapter president stayed there 4 years. Ado Koche. Mine didn't say, I think so. Not only did he didn't stop the answer. It's good, I think good as me, I mean that. I thought and all the all which I used to call them, no, geez, I do but echo. But Francis case, I don't think that those that are against the mining, so that I need coconut and I say, Kanigi yada the deed shit. But on has Kanigi, other Khalid, Ashahazlink. How many were opposed? I want to have it on there 150% opposed the mining on Black Mesa. So everybody raise their hand and say we're all opposing the mining. Nishadado yadan neda nishaa yadi chi tanita nisto ninsen. Okay, question. Either they are Bahazoya, a Hokadonina, Anita, Nahas, Haniki, Ebus, Persuada husband, that we are opposing the mining. 100%, make it 150%. We are opposing the mining. Bon side, please. I'm sorry for this 80 was not the Regisia. I don't in the it's auto Kanikagito. Water table, wait down, in 4,000, and what of 1,000, it on me, what that cost. But I don't know, see or.
Okay, Mr. Gary Vandiver, Otto Ruth Gilmore, Banahojuja. Right after Ruth Gilmore, while she's making her way east, there's also Pamela Malone after Ruth Gilmore. Otto J. Hanson Begay, on that stuff. So we'll go ahead and give time to Miss Gilmore.
Smena Ado Chi She was Gilmore and she had a family, but she put the tree Asia. She comes so it does she chill out in the family and I got the shimmer. I say her, I her with this he's a man, the speaker. Is I hear people hearing time. Yeah, but Hanson Kessler or Asher. She don't phone combination. Although I hate to say this, but he canceled out the able yo, he's not in the shop. Or yo, he trained my brother, and not like the man he would call it something. But then the she found the show, you put money. The sister able been up on me, so my son. Oh, I see. We have a newcomer. I haven't made my chapter president yet. Although she does Elsie Abraham. I should put it out. I hope that's just easy. I don't hear. I'm so close. I saw the I can't say. But I'm not seeing. I go to your man's who kind of get speaker office assistant out for. Or Jerry said, he the shoes that on the sheet they in the force slate. Nine force slate, baby later, or what they see very clip. I use a pray a tree spice, get up on the edge. You should thought out of please check the snow. I call her eight of us, but the Chinese is shut or Yoshia ever. President Trump, my dear friend, shall explain that what he saw. Best of the Makai. So be Makai, that make your way, make a trip to President Trump. Sunday of Castro, a quite of money. I used to go that I don't hear George Adams, yo and Sade, Mahamia, Ada, that the government in Antani is done the for other bus that is an answer. A President Trump without seeing the picture of the sun. Other Biden, the other Biden, after paying the bus of the sun, a whole season, Mr. Corvo, being a bunch of and the Shabbat for your where at the snuggle be cut up many but I really against how she went but it's crazy that basically Shamaya show yeah she lay journey along them lay oversee go home Katia Mexican his calling up being a designs of shadow select Leo do Ado Larry the contact okay. You is a dashing shot at on hidden leg on that of Kana donation can do in the standard of Kata Ego at the dog. Zaz so have a unique at the contact okay, cushy. You saw boy about the whole speed out of culture car. A couple other here for the children, you need the big cheetah. Sister Williams, the nice kind of Dalton's Larry Henson, Pauline, one day the sister, the cat, she's a military too. She fought for the slam. Ronnie, a couple, it's a sheet or something. The machine baby, the she boss. The Friday in the English, other in the Yeah, boy, you have this heavy. It's my yes, yeah, it's a Peabody National she a vaccine. A cancer of each straight can cause cancer contamination. Out of the question, or have you been design which Shinada don't see it or cancer for those. So, China, they pass on this kind of this kind of has your and where is the lady that I want to talk to? And she, I was reading to yesterday's paper. I didn't follow the things. I'm glad that, she's really for this, coal mine closed the yeah, the neck of the neck have any, some kids, speaker, you're still right there. Ako water, I is supposed to your water is like it. Ako water rice, but now, it's what. Konfira balagan and hiladedas, shai. I shall be that you must stop. Oh, my nigga, yeah, great patriarch. I hate to name out my brother, James Bedone, so he's, starting, a power that's gonna use water to run. Oh, my, wasn't for us, go California, go power, even, name YouTube. You know, she, cause she best on some, I'm sending a shwanda. They don't get you now, rather. So get him to go to share. A call 88 is a vessel you oh, the song you that you love the I know I'm off the subject, but of course, speaker, yeah, I send the Schneider sister, you're just over the hill from us. Yeah, go, so there's a banana with your whole team. So, speaker, but Yemen in Canada, A is not. Oh, and there's something here that these people, I don't. I'm yeah, I'm trying to shoot a ship person. I'm with Gilmore, China, she don't drink. Call the machine, but I don't talk to you direct. Or my assistant, they will just take notes, that she need a phone number. You never call me back though. And I could ask her, she can use her. I could always say her, the she need all this. I don't, I'm not that one. I'll let I'm talking, call her, definitely so. Prayer, that's something like that, I could know. Okay. She, I did not or kid left, let's try. Actually, to the button, Cadelia, a sheedy noun, Fetata, Cadoles, Ado, a Masanato chino, Finikishi, Ancona, so Cadoles, Eaco, Vitada, a Cadoles. Le anas akodo anide makregishi legidago see. We'll stand in line for we'll take a few minutes break. 20 minutes that's a break at all this. Actually, before we break for is lunch ready or it's not? Working lunch that's at least I wonder rock
Ashi working much at the Ashi Abigato. Aro senior center so it's etchine Ajin Shin thought that Masanadon Kichi Ajin Shin thought that yeah. So the senior center is also open for our elders of Fortune. Okay, so lunch will be ready. Achi and Hinan Council Delegate Jermaine Simonson the Thon Hania. It's easy go call Bangladesh of the show. So, Council Delegate Sherilyn Yazi Thon Hania Ishi so it's easy go call which I had for introduction.
Yeah, Speaker Crowley, fighting coming Aoki. Adoya Edo Shitane, Adoshi, Ani for us get the Hamizani, needs the Kado, Nezna, now it's out that it's the children, particular Ado, Zitsa, when Nanteo, Adeo Nasha, a Hadeo, Shida, Akonshiaho, Ado. Kontinana shall decree the it's I'm just gonna say over 4 decades. So it's aro ande shalan has ande do Tatnas Nada has ande Hard Rock chapter additional the shishon the Pishinach and the ko Kodo chishet and the enchant do Kazakana Bashish chain said that she does nando just kia ani dashi. Ado the Christian na na din da do waho. Pado ya shede gefinish chi yampi. Ado ha ishin do tehigi. Nedego it for hit for bahas tit. Ado zai oxide of in that the no. Winter rock no, if nane kaho na din do waho na hai. Oko kadot should the AK nishi ebe dot seen date now what's a is not nashtaho na din do ho na kindle. Oko di by yata ski hashing soko ayego shesta hazen. Ado do ande shestas ande do the neto kis ani kwa akeya with aho. Bini na relocation. Shanaf banda estate atin the ba o da do skoda oko atin benit nze oko o het hitche de hot is zin nze oko di the tweet of shing it today shaf ananish hadonigi. I just want to impress upon you firstly that there is a committee called the Black Mesa Review Board. This board is the vehicle that can really help get the outstanding efforts completed, like reclamation. Pedo pa has pa o has Kashi quit that the nota. Kashi quit the not at the dog speed. That has In this review board, you serve, it's like a committee of the Navajo Nation. You have some real authorities, you have some real power. It needs representatives from here. If you're interested, talk to Mark Harlow, raise your hand. That is a way to get some work done with the Navajo Nation. Ado na adi yahana kakode. So hey kaegi ados neta. Kwash leta no, you'll have that authority. Ashonde, I need members on that place at Black Mesa Review Board because I need help in pushing this work. So that asaha ate shita. Akoho. Again, many mules water line Z as of May 22nd. We got a letter from EPA that says that the project is hereby approved
IHS and NTUA may proceed with the operation of this public water system. So we got that letter May 22nd, NTUA, but in the next few weeks. And so how are they going to do that? One of their biggest concerns is, one of those big water tanks are meant for commercial industrial use. So if you're gonna make it for residential, it needs to be smaller. It needs to be smaller because if that water fills up in there and it stays in there too long, they call it stagnant water. It could go bad. So, this reclamation effort, the shallow aquifer, the deep aquifer. I heard of some community folks and we're having meetings on it. File legislation back in 2023, 2024, early 2024. I asked the Navajo Nation Council, I asked our legislative council to have a supporting resolution to go and request for reclamation efforts, a significant permit revision from Department of Interior and OSM. So what I need my Navajo Nation government to do is I need them to flex their muscles. And we need to get that request into them. I've also included the president and his Department of Justice to help me with the work. So we're having meetings about that. Because Department of Interior is responsible for your deep aquifer. Navajo partition land grazing permits. Without RDC on June 3rd, for RDC to come out to Pinyon. June 3rd at that district gym. The MPL, my chapters that are impacted by MPL, grazing permits. So if you can come to Pinyon or Pinyon District Gym June 3rd at about 10 a.m. RDC Resource Development Committee will be hosting their leadership meeting. We've asked BIA to come. I hope Mr. Johnson comes. BIA, as you know, their funding their travel was halted. They have a $1 limit for travel. So President Trump somebody mentioned the Chilchimbito water storage pump. Chilchimbito, the oil we got the eyes need the oil with Dr. Go, Chilchimbito, Hashing Soko, Bahaho, Bahas, if you listen to RDC's meeting 2 weeks ago, that's a project that's being proposed. A nature water first, a permit, Nayoke. The first permit was denied because our Navajo Department of Justice, Attorney General's, and that was under Ethel Branch. So, you know, those are issues and that's where we need to put our energy. So those are things you're gonna have to think about. You're gonna have to make those comments about that one as well. Then there's the hydrogen line, and as you've read, natural gas pipeline, and that's Tallgrass Greenview. So that's where that needs attention as well. President Nygren, Yan kitsui, but the jeniki, the bagamne. Ako, what a thought, what all council, get that on the ya. Navikiat get Aje, Hasti, Pado, Paanachania chapter meeting about a month and a half ago, right after that executive order, Ina Shiash Kainava, so. And the Yegon hit that piece, he trade on as they go, they should have us of Z. Dila had Oyan, it's all the hay, but the dozen hit after the old that non hit the Nigo. Dat of Nigo Kaanshis, that's on. The baby has see, they the net yet behind is. The natural power, I think the hashing got the cotton target, nas me home. Yego, it's not thought it out, but Jay does this, in that case, that's the ishing had known, not argo. Yego, that is Ishta, harder than Fadina, for the Hajo, they was now these, let's shit never the snow. I thought you came, was dead, but then Fadina, for the snow. Dana, they Washington, the net up, but that's not the place, Nigo. A complicated Saya, IHS is one of them, as you know, IHS has a big, they're wanting to propose a big cut and get rid of Medicaid. So, the other IHS, but that's also the good, hit the net, other Bainot, and then, I not really got that, but the biggest I believe they're going to honor that piece. The part that we're asking about is work requirement. AD Medicaid, the STD, Kadonas, they need to age of a lot outside, another tap. Edo na home with those things, but no, but this has to be auto commerce, Department of Commerce, with Yela, Asian, again. Commercial law development program. We have seen so say Janhaget or Hatishi hotel that initially hotel that initial for the Nehegi what we in the house ala Arden the net but we help countries down know. And so as you know, we are considered our own country. So halit kola net nijado on kin baz lot the doleza on kin give up hiti energy development is unique ya ever seno. Okot on kichan last kio okot ego shan oko edo or the nan kiti after oko ishin with on kitchen up ishin kitchen dog yes hiki abi got those nani zen the nigo David check Z la ko hayu go ni hayu go na nishko oshi akona shadow le sofa she naide kitan here no she pat na shadow le so yeah
So yeah, other she connect the hello. Okay. I'm thinking so you can't hear you? Okay. Oh yeah, it's one shot it. Ako hanap the hello to she chapter meetings about those artists. So ako ado sa kinatan pananatala Council Delegate Sherilyn Yazi introduction.
Oh, yeah, Shay Shirley Yaz and Shadow for the laughing shit. What's on the Bashes cheating for the evening, the shit, the Washing professional. And I'm originally from Galcon, and the chapters that I work with are Tisto, Galcon, Indian Wells, White Cone, and Greasewood. And I was attending another conference on genetics and genomics at NAU. I was doing that online, and that I want to kind of talk about why I want to be here to support what you're saying. This is not going to be the first time, the second time, the third time, or the 20th time that we're going to have to stand up to defend our life and our way of life. And you all know how many times we've been here again and again and again to fight to protect what gives us life, our water, our land, our health, and our future. We're not here to argue over policies or numbers. We're here because it's becoming harder and harder to stay in balance of who we are as Dene people, to be in Hajan. And the world around us is changing so much. The land that you live on, where we all come from, it remembers, and the water carries that memory. And our bodies and our DNA are beginning to show that damage. And so when I was listening on the way over this meeting, you guys talked a lot about that, of cancer. So in the conference, we're talking about genetics and genomics, where the researchers are saying how the environment destruction is altering our human DNA. And I remember our 4 clans are like that DNA strand. And so we have to think about how that coal, the pollution, the toxins are changing who we are at our basic level, at our clan level. This is no longer just about energy. It's coal versus clean water. It's cancer versus corporate greed. And when our federal government fails and falls right in behind in protecting us, we must lead ourselves. And today, what I heard you say as I was driving over, it's about in the future, our 7 generations, and we have to re-energize ourselves and each other, grounding us in our tradition. We have to be guided by science and driven by the love of our people, our water, and our land. So that's kind of what I kind of wrote up as I was coming over and thinking about, as I was listening to you on Facebook and also on the Zoom. And in my family, I saw this pamphlet, the Dene Care standing for Citizens Against Ruining Our Environment. So my little lady, Jane Yazi, and a group of women in Delton, they got together, and in 1988, they defeated a medical waste incinerator proposal in Delton. So that's where I come from. And that's the voice and what I know and what I've learned about how we have to keep fighting to protect who we are. And I know even in my chapter, there's a lot of, you're not here at the chapter. You don't represent us. You don't listen to us. But those personal attacks, they don't help anybody. And so we have to learn how are we going to help each other? That's what I want to hear. That's why I show up. And if I'm going to be attacked, it's hard for me to really work with you. So just remember that, we're human. We're here to help you. I know a lot of my colleagues have a background in protecting certain things. They have different interests. It might be education, it might be water, it might be farming. But we need your help. We need your help in figuring out how to navigate. How can we do this together? And so I know later in your agenda, you're going to talk about next steps. And so some of the things that I think would be your call to action is to demand for a moratorium on new extraction projects. You can do that as a people, as a group, as we're working together. We can strengthen our water protections. How do we protect the sea aquifer? We can do that. Because as you heard, we're our own country. We can do that. We can figure out how to have tribally led environmental health studies. Because I haven't heard of any studies that say, okay, this is what's happening. This is our cancer rates. Our hospitals don't detect that ahead of time, but they should be. And so that's where we need to have those ideas, and that's where our voices need to be. The other thing is, it's really important that you submit public comments and testimony. So I'm very, very thankful for you being here today to make your voices heard, because this is going to go further out. The other thing is, we can even launch youth climate justice leadership programs, either through Dene Care, or you have a local nonprofit, TNA. The other thing is we have to also build coalitions with other tribes, because this is not just happening here. Somebody in the Facebook had said, why is it happening just to us? You know, they think we don't have a voice. They think we don't matter. But we do. And so we just have to make those alliances, bring in those other tribes that are going to help us to do this. So that's all I want to say. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for the speaker's office and the staff really for putting the tents up, the chairs out, for cooking and making sure that these comments are going to be recorded so that way we can put together a report. All of this can be taken to Washington. All of this, we can do something with the information, but you have to make sure we're doing it in a good way. So yeah.
Let's leave it there. Oh, yeah, Kodon, Delegate Sherilyn Yazi. Although, actually, I'm not sure. Hold just on that, people thought, I think they had this no con visit of a car, so they is like that, hold just short at the 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock that at the see condo there, so. Of course, a day, Pamela Malone, Ado Biquedo, J. Henson Brigado, there, Ado Tebi, Ginger A. Quaggy, has Ado there.
Honorable Navajo Nation Council Speaker Curley and Council delegates. For the community of Forest Lake the opportunity to provide testimony and to witness here the things that are gonna be here. But before I go on, I just want to introduce myself. J.A. Pamela Malone and Chef. Although I'm gonna do after Don A. Pam. I go by Pam. And Sha'adone as she hinishle. Is the Bash's chain, puts on the Dasha Chado, Twittich eat Dashanella. I see na Shahi a Tisto de Tawata. Tisno Geli, the see na Shah. Shamasana a Louise Jackson and Niho Haliende, those should che a rate Haliende. A Astonishment, a Martin Schlitt, though, Otto, I'm here on behalf of the NetCare. NetCare is Citizens Against Ruining Our Environment. I want to thank Sherilyn Yazi for recognizing the work that they do. They originally started in Galcon, Arizona in 1988. We just had the passing of one of our founding matriarchs. Many of you might have remembered Anna Frazier, and she had her funeral yesterday in Winslow. So I stand here upon her prayers, her grandmother's prayers, her grandfather's. So I'm the only one that was able to come here, so they're giving their respects and observance to her family. But she was a very strong woman. Although I'm the new organizing manager, though that's where I live right now. And today I'm here on behalf of the Environmental Justice Organization of Denecare. You've had previous community organizers like Anna Frazier, other folks from, we also have the group here, Tona Ani, TNA, and I know that there's also some other older leaders from the Black Mesa Big Mountain area that have, that were against the coal mine that Peabody was here. And we stand here before a tribal government defending the rights and the elements of Ina. We come here to defend our water, our air, and Kimasana, Nahasta. And I did write something up because I think there is common knowledge. There's 3 major environmental problems resulting from the use of mining and burning coal. Sulfur dioxide, which causes acid rain, which our livestock and our plants are absorbing.
We have respiratory illnesses, nitrogen oxides, which contribute to smog and respiratory illnesses. And small particles that contribute to smog, haze, respiratory, and black lung disease. We have many relatives that have suffered this. And it is a genetic thing where it will be passed on. And I think one of the things we need to know is that nobody in our community should be suffering health-wise at the expense of what's being extracted from our community anymore. I can say this because my mother is a downwinder, my grandmother is a downwinder, and my great-grandmother was a downwinder. There's an epidemic going on of people with cancer. There's an epidemic of people with asthma, emphysema, black lung. And people say that there's no studies. There are studies out there, but they don't share it with Navajo people. They don't share it with the communities. And I think one of the things is that we have to demand that our council and our president, Boo Nygren, be able to hold these people accountable and say, you know, you guys are collecting this data from us and you talk about sovereignty and it's like, why aren't you sharing this with us? And that's one of the things I'm really frustrated as an organizer is there's a lot of folks out there that have information but don't want to share it. And I think one of the reasons why I'm here is because I don't have to sit here and say like, you know, opening a coal plant is not good. I did have a list of what it was, but you guys already know this, and I'm not here to diminish your experience, diminish the history that happened here. But I just want to say that, you know, coal and its ash contains mercury, cadmium, and arsenic. And I would like to challenge the Navajo Nation Council here to fund the Navajo Nation EPA office with more funding to do more water testing, soil testing, to see how this is really affecting our livestock and our agriculture. Instead of going backwards, I know the Navajo generating station was closed on November 18th. In 2019, we've had 6 years to boost the local Navajo clean energy economy. And part of this was done with the Diné fundamental law and traditional values. And our communities, they call it just transition away from unclean fossil fuels. And I think one of the things that's really important is that Navajo Nation president needs to be held accountable for his statements of reopening up our land communities to coal mining. And I think part of it is because he's just siding with somebody who wants to open coal mining. I looked at the executive order, and what it really should read is sell America's dirty coal industry. And it's not clean. It's not reinvigorating, not for us. And I think one of the things that we could do here is I want to commend 2 of the staff with the council. It was a guy right here and then another woman. They were actually going around and asking people the questions on this survey. Do the survey. There's some good questions in there. I did it. On here, asks like your perspectives. And for me, I said how the coal industry has impacted my community in Tisto. We're about 70 miles south of here, but we're downriver. Everything that's aquifer and surface water, we feel it. And the way it's affected our family is a lot of the wells in our area in Nanti Canyon, they're dry, they're in drought, or they're low. And a lot of people had to reduce their livestock. A lot of people had to stop growing corn. And that's our lifeways. And I think that's one of the things that is really important is that we're here not just to complain about money and making money off us, is that we are trying to sustain our cultural values, our cultural knowledge. So I hear the bell. And I just hope you guys, really take into consideration, and I'll go ahead and, submit.
Thank you, Pamela, for being here today. And then we'll be gladly to accept your written statement as well. Bana Sogi A.J. Hanson Bigay. Bikedo Ekenaba Ashley Dole.
Ja, ja, schon da sei ja. Ja, politically, schnedo je ne fatshi was chain. Also, es ist dann das Schnelle ja, das ist schön, das ist dann. Als man hat so etwas zu sagen. I think it's okay, hope they get the touch and pass, either the Hajin or the don't you see is but you a second or can't the Hajin. This is children. I have one for 1 month be. Got a question, nothing. And they were on Nishiki and Najakota Nishitan. Now, this became July, and that's what the corner under the hook at no be on put it. Alcohol. But none stuff. Though you had the bus, the whole died in the sleep. No, I want to eat them. I thought I had in 5 or 6. I don't think that I need the speaker though. Beshmas and the Pandas, Mishido, Beshmas and Nakit, and Sano Ada, Nafanda, Mishido, Chian, the Shagido, Corder, nothing father so Kanigi, the Itan, I had shown I say, yeah, I thought your hair, so the Chinda neatly, the hundred not that neatly. I don't. Chúc khỏe bà Queen indicate cho set tại sĩ số ở đó sẽ tổ số ý cái chuyện lấy là đấy tổ ta chỉ phát sinh cho ở về về sắp khai tổ sĩ ở đó tại sĩ cho as bị cái hiện na cho cái tổ này là so study the research the hashing hit the hast a coco tapit zil janago I see about no the na the hast see hodo ado the quick washing she got just end apology but that is CDA so a bit cats a zero le ado Existen ya ni ya hadi ya ne şöyle düşünün ki acı tortudan den to belki de bada aynı line son insanın dalse dost kitan doşun Larry bil ya hadne askida et tohdaz line ho todu ojda da holiya panda ni ko I ehne Israego do sotahate iho ada quick chin hotza shigo ko anda tiho ako eben ya backlashing his ayo da hatri to shi da den ko den tandego ado eben ya ko da shigo na hashni Navajo tribe resource development question Force Lake, let me say the NPL Street na ranch, but now Oakishna. عشان نشكا أيد نسمى دون كين كده إذا بيا بجدنا مش جانسون هذا يفهم عشان ستانة نيان نشتي equipment دوبي واحدة Peabody بجدنا Peabody أصلا equipment عن سخاء نتكلم عنها هذا حتى شو بقى كده تاني كده بعد عيني تلك هذا خو هذا هو بنيانا أكو بنينا دويا هو شوندا أكو هو نتي هو بكاشي هنتي نتلي هو على خير أني كاتو لو هو try بيرو تاني هنزندا إنتي ألدا نفسه بيا نهضو نينا نكدو بيغا كل خوش فیش کاتولو خیلی کاتولو نامش این Peabody Review Board اصلا نشد آنی Peabody Review Board یه های دال اشتا speaker با آفیسی یه ها نانات یه حالا دا اشکه چی دا نهالون نه چی تاتل نه کو اولیده دا کو Ako do hachon patet dati haish bendia chapter what they shot the project coal mine behind on the snow. Patet it should not jo the jokodosh na area had nagi pohadas lena that then. Jobin not a Peabody to that one his such yos in water table no ya no a kofo jo kodok at try فات هذا يعني كتاب إيد ولا XPL أجمعه شو هذا الشيء كه دي كده يا شو كه إن ده بيا أنا شو هذا شيء جو أني أنا بقول شيء يعني خا جو بيا كتبسه أتنا Ako kade ya da deni hade deni keno da akha o peso aten o nanan peso ne windera anna nada chamada isin ido XPLB NPLB ke hoten bia betet nan ni do ne ko o bet kha in halona ni te ako do ya shoda ya benia ta shirgo hashna What is Chanadili? Adolf and Hatates, it only. Just that no, Yaha Kodo, Chinan speaker. Yaha to Bebas fashion at that, but she could fashion it on the Bandad Nishiki. Adne Katole Isha, Nigo Isha, Evening, Kotania. Ja, let over that, you had net on us in the section song edition. A coho, she had all the ice of though. I just can't nature Hashi, Satoni. Yego, the Hayugi home Percy, that's a I see, ayo, yes, oh, that Eggy home, hold on, him, he been there. A coco hat, a holder. So if I saw Meloshi, but la Pia Ada, I sit on heat the cheetah HPL, NPL, and she'll be a seat. Now, so I added so in the house.
Oh, yeah, Kodo, Jay Henson Brigade. Ado Kunapa Naho Jijiki, and Shahanaba Ashley. Ado Bikedo, Nadine, Narendo, that.
This is my coal mining statement. When I hear my Masanas and Cherries talk about coal mining and relocation, I can hear the pain and trauma in their voices. because of what it has done to our community. If we continue to mine coal and destroy the Navajo aquifer, we will have air pollution, no water, and health problems like asthma and lung disease. We have an opportunity to say no to Trump, say no to coal mining, and let our land and the community heal. It's time to protect what we have left for future generations. I should have go log in. Go ahead. Like to say hello to everybody. That's a, I've been coming to these public hearings and forums for about 25, 30 years now. And it wasn't always safe to say that you're against coal mining. It wasn't safe to say that you need to protect the land.
Yeah.
So I'm very thankful right now that my daughter can come up here to say without any fear. And that gives me strength. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Nadine. Although she had a hand up. Although Kanabanasto, Eleanor Smith, although Bikedo a Francis Honey, though Eleanor.
Hindi ani, beş masahan. Eleanor Smith imuşya. Not often the touchy imuşla ki ani başış çin. Şişe taşı çeydo aşınye taşınala. Is sanmışla. Is not possible nasha. Akondeş ma yaha a kodo naga a kodo biyaho he the kodo never to a other biyaho And she's a relocating, she had her relocation home built in Tisans, and that's where I grew up. So, I want to talk about, how this executive, first of all, I'm opposed to the executive order, Trump's executive order. And I'm also opposed to Blue Night's statement in support of that executive order. My mom lost her precious childhood homelands here on Zafiji. And at Isnaspas, we face, more environmental injustices. We have, in Isnaspas, we have abandoned uranium mines. We have had over 1,000 abandoned uranium mines reservation wide, which will take at least 100 years to remediate. We now have uranium hauling from the Pinyon Plain Mine, the Grand Canyon, going across the reservation right near to us in Blanding, Utah, where this is the only active uranium processing plant in the United States today. And we have it right here in our backyards in Utah. And then they're also talking about developing more uranium mines near us in New Mexico, at the foot of our sacred mountain over there and near Grants. And then there's another uranium mine that just started up the other day in Monticello, Utah. So we have a history of coal mining and power plants on our reservation that has burdened our environment with detrimental impacts to our land, air, water, and livestock, and especially to our Diné people. Our Diné people die from cancer at 4 times the national rate in the US. I can name on my 10 fingers, 10 people, family, friends, neighbors that have cancer or that have died from cancer.
For decades, our people have seen huge transmission pylons going across our reservation to provide power to off reservation. They just run
Oh, okay.
right next to Hogans with no running water, no electricity. The tragic era of the Navajo Hopi relocation should be a reminder and lessons learned that the extraction industry has not brought the promised wealth to our people. Black Mesa is now left in a worse state today with their aquifers depleted, inadequate reclamation, starving livestock without vegetation. Most of my Zippy relatives were left to suffer the devastating impacts of relocation, livestock reduction by shooting of their animals, clear cutting, inhumane treatment, and human rights violations of Zippy residents for decades, compounding intergenerational trauma, which you can hear in the emotional voices of those speaking today. Our reservation has been designated as a national sacrifice zone for the extractive industries to exploit for the last 100 years, and this has to stop. This is environmental injustice that creates a huge inequity gap for our people. We cannot continue to sacrifice the health and well-being of our people and our Mother Earth. Decades of extraction has only benefited the prosperity of those cities and people outside the reservation. These are the reasons why we are here to say torta. No more to coal and fossil fuels extraction in our communities. We want to be able to ensure that our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, for generations to come, that their lands, that they have clean water to drink, that their lands are uncontaminated, that they can farm on, and clean air to breathe so that they can thrive in a healthy environment, carry on our culture and language as Mahokati and Dina'an. We have not been given an adequate informed consent process and an unbiased educational report by a third-party entity outlining both the pros and the cons of many of these mineral extraction proposals. Now, Intech, Navajo Transitional Energy Company, is wanting to buy Four Corners Power Plant. I'm from the Four Corners area, and they want to buy Four Corners Power Plant to perpetuate burning of coal, which is a fossil fuel that adds more carbon to our atmosphere. The just the awards of its aunt then the digging a carbon yeah a coal lane yabby a yui a yui carbon will not go so it's either it acts like a greenhouse gas and if you are some another Ebony na on naski, Himana Hassan Nito, the Johna A, it's all the Sipto called on naski Nito. Every year we have rising temperatures in the summer. So and so we need to stop that. It adds more carbon to our atmosphere, increasing climate change and warming our planet. Intech wants to use carbon capture sequestration, what they call CCS, to capture the carbon and bury it underground in the San Juan Basin, where me, my children, and grandchildren live and we farm. If this happens, we face the threat of groundwater contamination and dangerous carbon breaches in the event of earthquakes. Environmental scientists have tested CCS and concluded that it is not a solution for climate change. That it does not meet the US
clean standards. And it should not be funded by the federal government, any states, or other governments. And this is a study done by the, an organization called IUPA. We need just and equitable transition.
So thank you, Eleanor, but we'll be glad to accept your written statement as well. Ekado Shahandini do Lesto Kwaiki Shanana Francis Honey. Ado Bikedo E Helena Blackbrook.
Distinguished guests, the tribal officials. Nana she Hochanishle Nana Penachini, what's his chin? I don't think I have come so it doesn't matter. Not often there, but she need a shit. Of course, as the way, but then I that it's the whole yes, I didn't know shut. I just see ya holding also Cheviana still. A tree telling I don't know, the shot at the young California, but yeah. I don't know, 44 years this stuff. And to tell you from the way back 1974, Peabody, Jimmy-yana, Michiki, Ohio. There's I left a cold but classic position. They had no safety precaution whatsoever on Peabody. Of course, if not kissing them, I don't see it, I see it. You didn't know how they sniffed in me. I call it in on the so-called and yet see I not snitchel. I go it out, so run, not me, go it out. Retire Ishka, 44 years here. I call it a shade. Because it didn't need Tasha, indeed that are there for me, Misha. Alan Lao, instead, no way, where I know you have to concept. I go sing, oh, but the snake. I call that out of Nasana and the state kid Nasha, but a name that Kayan, to shed the whole scene, shed the whole here. I came back and applied for grazing officer. 10 years now, Miss. I'll tell you the truth. I thought Peabody, that the Nisha, the Hojoni and the Ita, at he has tweet and get a hollow. Oh, not a evening, 2,000 Nico. The Soviet that is, I could, oh, it was on their home. I think the rain god needs some medicine. Get the whole disease. There. The cohort never so the Hadis need a caution. I think the Hadis young some about this case. The cohort air corner show. The cohort tried to retire now. That's so over close to 60 years now since. The cohort. They all retired, so they've been passionate over there because where I've been, I have witnessed a lot of things that setback. Residential document for car, executive order 14261. Called reinvigorating American beautiful clean coal industry. That is a wrong statement on this document. Expect dirty air. Look what, I'm against it with all these people, with that, it's cynical. Look what I need. That's my vote against the executive order. So, ya hot ay found them going there, the cocodoshi, Besazini, or Bensas, case of Bench, a coho, put echo. It's not, no penalty. Passion, Hikato, we need your executive order too. Let's label that. I put all it and put it in the front. I believe we're gonna make the right choice. More people to vote is the power. That's how you figure about that. I put that. I put that. I put what when it's up a Open up and Nikitas China Stato, I don't even think how long they're all against it, 150%. A quick echo. Nuevo 20 I don't have to use that. That is not good for livestock. Because it's got minerals in it, it's got toxic in that water. I put out, now, vehicle. So yeah, just to have never, we have to figure that out ourselves. That's what the heck you airport. I said, engine and what I'll have it on it's the next of a lot of speed. That's a strike against him. So that's how I feel, my feel about the situation here. What I'll answer, so that's as any because it's Johnny Strado. A share no sanity, you're not on it. And it's another, thank you very much for being here. And I'm glad for coming here to say my piece. I put echo. I got Shina, yeah, oh.
Hello, testing, okay. Otto, Quaggy, Helena, Blackrock. Otto, Biqueto, A. Linda, Henley, Dole.
Hello, that's honestly, I didn't know what kind of the ideas out and I can't listen. It's good to know that you guys are gonna listen and write down whatever that's being said to all the people that are here. And I didn't know you had to honest, we can't. I don't did on Ashkalo. I left all Actually, Dani na kagi to la holondan so. I don't know, maybe you guys can pass it back on to the younger generation. What end there, but Yakudoche, Aja, for 38 years, that's it at the mine. And yes, we did a lot of things that damage what's been there before. The people that were there used to say, we're gonna make it better, we're gonna make it better. No, how can anybody make God's creation better in this and what else? Because the whole dish but the main thing, the main concern that I have was the local people, we did a lot of blasting, and when we did the blasting, we were told, no, get out the way, no, on the radio, these were going on, and we did, but we never really told the local people they had to wear EPEs and all that, and we were told we had to wear those. But the local people, they lived in it, they weren't told, they weren't educated on how dangerous it was, and now some of them are having issue with health. So for this reason, I say no. And we shouldn't do that. We did enough damage. And Ebony now, and then
plantation or all the, what they replanted, and the animals want it, but they don't even want to eat it. What's there, they don't take that grass because we take our livestock from there. And our cows, they don't eat that grass that's in there. And so we maybe we use it for like maybe 3-4 months and then we're told to take them back out. And when we do take them back out, we either go to Flagstaff to the peaks, or else to Cortez. And the other day they had a meeting with the RDC over there, and they're telling those people, or they came up and said, shut it down. Shut it down. You guys don't have no record of this and that. And how are we gonna move on if we can't even use the other resources out there? Even here, we only get a chance to use it for about like maybe 3-4 months. And those are some of the things that that you guys have to know, and the health issue that is bad. The health issue is really bad. And if they find out there is some kind of health issue that are coming down with the black lung, something but you weren't employed of Peabody, so you can't use their health benefits. And if they try to, they go out to transfer out to Colorado or somewhere, they have to hire a lawyer in order to get some kind of benefit from it. So, and we're set back like 40-50 years over there. We're trying to ask for other resource. We need this, we need, no, you can't. This is Peabody lease, this is Peabody lease, we can't build any new structures here, no. And then, when we got relocated from there, they told us that they were gonna have, roads were gonna be good, you don't have to, go in the water, you have everything, the culverts gonna all be there, no, but that didn't happen. Again, it never happened in that 50-40 years, whatever years they had there. And, all this, then, so it's a big setback. Even now, we're trying to ask for a cell tower, nothing in this out there. And if we ask for something, that we also were told to go talk to the Navajo Nation, go over there. All the money's going over there. If you want something, you ask for it from there down to that known Dahashi. So I don't know where they want to mine or where this is gonna happen. I'm just telling it ahead of time that it's not any good. You have to really research how you're gonna go about doing it if it does happen. And what the local people went through when all this was going on. But where we left off over there is where the Hopi, the joint use area started there. And then that would pertain to the Hopis on that side. It won't, if it sound out, but we were always told that, the coal is thicker towards Pinion. No, so that's what they were saying. I don't know if that's what they're planning in Pinion or what, but that's that we went through and we experienced that. And I think it's really good to talk to people that have experience and the local people that are really what they're and that are still living there. They know what it's like. But I'm glad and happy that you guys put up a forum like this so we can hear us and hear everybody. And I really don't know what President Boo's plan is, but I just hope he has a good plan for everybody. But yes, we did use a lot of water, and a lot of the water that was being shipped with coal to Mojave. Those guys out there, they benefited from that. They planted alfalfa grass and whatever water went down there, that was good water and they benefited from there and we didn't. And those are some of the things that happened too. And but the reclamation is still going on now, and I know a lot of people still benefit from there by hauling water from there to where you don't have to go to NTUA to get your water. There's a limit at NTUA, but the water that we still have that's open, the well that's still open here, people can take as much as they want, and so that's still here, but we're still hauling water. Everything's still set about 50 years back for all of us that live up here. So, but that's about it. I just hope everyone makes a good decision on what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Oh, Shahat, Helena. Ada sa ating Etsy, so there are, if you want seconds on stew, just raise your hand. So the staff are going around giving out the extra stews. Say that something did me. Ada Linda Henley. Ada Marie Singer. We can't go there.
I don't shit that shit. Linda Henley in shit. So a Henley. 78 is nothing. I don't Shamado Shijaba Chin a large equality horseman dedicated up a G. I don't hear kidding hello you kahaki a Simonson. Okay, a G does it all. That all his doggy. No, the saddle. I don't chishi than okay, she chishin is oh, here, Annie, a bashin. Satish gives me a dash shade or top of her dashin. I don't care. When you get this, a young section, kids and never. Peabody man, Peabody mine, I don't kienta mine. I can't the Peabody, not me. I shouldn't say, okay. She a thought that the Schmidt art at it how. By yet the Schmidt that the Schmidt. And the Schmidt Yajitan clean down. She thought she did you can't carry that of washing hard to be session. Put her the ashman. Thought she get over to her creation. Actually, I've done it, relocation the bana has done this. Although, he run, he need the hollow the better better sheet. So, not lost. So, that he had the hollow for relocation, no. Bana has called contribution there. ADA, that's the I don't here cancel that yeah raising permit. About 40 years ago, that's more than 40 years ago, that's 1972 yata ite Francis. Oko ita ita naho kota diago distinct ita ni card atinte praising permit in keta tent the federal thing of a gashi in keta hello oko Fred Peabody ni ek o use pochios in ha die do thing they don't you all the Mojave Generating Station, Laughlin, Nevada, 48 feet. Legend, put or you not put or you Joniki, Joniki, Dobichin, and the whole tea up on the hush onigi, put in his archios in or how you at the hospital, they go. Even Peabody, not all need don't need a dog that is she. Oh, the non adult. You can't not go to that at all. So, yeah, dog says good. Although, I was really surprised that quite, you should not have to have zero. Dog that I know. Oh, yeah, that's it. Of course, June, yeah. Although, for a federal land, so big you will need an hundred. No, so that's here we were first. That's separate. They at all. I thought the Laguna, not Kreda at all, when Kay at the Kai. We have come down after lunch, Keda. But since you need our corn Keda. The United States would be they Canada, they are North Pole, don't they South Pole China. We hit the nations now, not just they go. They on they yago. We send out on test kits of that they North, but we're now constitute what you the raho. The next something on your head. The Laguna cashier, why are we being treated that we're not with issue? Although, why are we discriminated that we don't belong here? Although, like, we have no voices in his that. They that then hello. Although we cannot stand for ourselves. Even now, but then additionally, we live in the fourth sacred mountain. Except question honey via fishing except the internet. For the reality in the after. And hit the yada need us to have coffee. Lately. Oh, Halet or put a trust land or federal land that need or put at the Hanoda. You have to done so there on test case. Oh, you hear where I saw state carried in the Arizona and the Arizona will get it's not concavity.
It's roasting?
I don't understand.
It's roasting?
No, by another here. Chicken, don't need some. Okay. She okay. The gene that died, she okay for storage. Storage facilities. Hashing on another
Okay.
Punas young.
All right.
Another dog needs to have got me. Okay, I don't know that the schneed only. I don't know. Lastly, Mojave generating, not Mojave. Navajo generating station page. Eight more that the street. I'll put in pay a partner with the outside.
Oh, yeah, Kadoshima. Linda. Ado Marie Singer. No, Navajo Jish. Ado Biketo A. Edward Silver Hatband. Ole.
Marie Lake in Chief, I think, Georgie or that big side, you is on. Student, I can now, but this is. Yeah, I did a nice old 20, I didn't know, go back to the Halloween out there. So, the committee that look at that. Yeah, the whole plan, I'm hard, I put a bed and you do about, then I don't have that, then. Even those that is need to be said. I get that check, I got a similar head, and we read it, I check. I ain't not that big, take it, I think, and I take a thing with all that. And the Carla Shafton put them about that, see, so what you get, they were running in that water, he didn't, no, still, I didn't, but I did, I used to look at how it comes, and we tasted them back out. It was hard. I don't know, don't go to one day Peabody did that to us. I know my brother, after a grave site, my son is my son was a nip in the grave site. And then I don't know how they ski the ocean down's good. It's still a heartbreaking. The Jane is like, and later 5 years, so how what that's a Peabody. Then those people has none of the made. Kingly got to no yen not, so Saturday yen not. What Chos no yen down, Nela yen not, so I don't the Hasik and the royalty money, but it didn't daily and the leg could get the hut and not the housing then that is so. How does cow jet and not none of that and take it and none of flushing down. None of that what any me. Of course, fish street at them Peabody, I don't have any car water. The net then on the conch and the note I got your niche. In get 2 pesos at the Nika is Peabody at the industry at that incident. I don't need that then. At then. Nothing. We used to live in a whole gun. Of course, I'll be getting here. First mine started that all wet and here. You guys gotta move. We don't know. We moved up there. They didn't rebuild our house then. Nothing. We just moved. I don't the northern here on load that. I will not unheat. They not on was skin. I just moved in that. There's no house, nothing. And then I don't get a failure. They say none that they need. Tony Kati, Jack, we're gonna help you move your stuff. He get na hanasati, the bag and the hanasati. I don't hit off me. I don't be able to not eat. I don't want the let Denver going, yes, none of the Denver goes, none of the other. I didn't the hashit a hole and there put up a dim lay window wrap that doesn't keep its position there. And my mom, her used to ride the horse over there out the window right there. He did, he though it can be kissing. I didn't she the Pahanana was all cool water at that not all fish that no no stuff. Nothing nice content. In me, in me at least none of my dad died from cancer too. Actually, so he thought not be yakun. So at that favorite thought that the sneaker even says that he even and this Janus, like what they did to my brother. And then how that need I don't know what need. So that was the saddest one.
Guy, again, that what did he send us? I wonder how he was, he said. Shemais, base how, actually, so in need that. In need not, and he's not, I'm not in there. So, Pania to name the state of somebody, the day I need a patient at Odini. So I had a lot of other things mining the dust. So they constant money, don't let the Saho Ada. I don't be at a weekend, so they just sit there. Now, come here with dogs, the study. No, such a study. They never did that for us. I get one here, but here, no. Even enough, though. But they can't tell this, they all the kids, that's not the best. So, Marie singer, yeah. From my husband, from this, that oh, jet to them. Near Canyon, there are that are which eating for honey buses team. As that so it doesn't change. That's kind of the cut of a Janine that Nana, it's not the Louis, yeah. It doesn't know that is she done law for forcefully meaning a later a best edgy, no, yeah, have necessarily. It's other should you have to be forcefully the necessity of the law for 100. So that's why I said my name is Marie Lake. Sorry. On it.
Okay, thank you, Marie. Ado Hunanana, Edward Silver hat band. Ado Bigedo a Irene Bigedo le.
Ja, ich bin der Verhaltensbücher. Also schon mal, also, Frage, schau, Chinchi da noch, ja, ich, also if silver had been, we should reach another art. Although is a funner than that, although she doesn't yet. Although, who conjures a chill out there. Although, Zoe doesn't know. Although, not sure. I'll call she ya home. I'll call her ya. She's there, could only Mr. Ben Silver had been. Although she might even have penny on there. Oh, Abby, we thought you should in there. He ran deep cut. Although that is out, it's the Lord that we need. We've been on the battle deep cut, which is deep cut. And he don't see the fight that it would keep. And then they go, they go, in Yakura. She is not far as out in Yemi Yakura. He said she was ready. Although it's a very tech home. And now she's so much enough for sure. The Peabody, she's 26 years, she's in. She's not loving much. So, oh, okay, she look at that CQ. And there are that gate mass. They touch the other gate, it are that thing. 1976 now down. I don't measure how this stuff. Never mind. I didn't know the shit. I don't say no one mind. I didn't know the I don't shut the whole up. They will shut the whole up. It's in the auto surface mind underground. It just holds you. This doesn't matter, you know. I don't shall take this car. This is the young. It's for me, Selena should be check this deal. Up to Juliet, how to show. There's some laws of that is 是把好质量，又确认是这方式，我要或者这些去，或者那些去，把太好了，把资了，一个了，ada izleyişlerini hamına alıştığında yani pulmonary fibrosis de anlamında scar tissue bahinde de yıksa da da eşyada içimizde o eşinde geçiyor. Hatta bizde bu fantazıyla değil. Artık en son nasıl de zeyno kefeta illa. Ağda esapta o hata enda doğru esa şaşı da yoksa yani arkadaşım birlikte ama adamdan daha bizni çok onlar dışarısında indi bu onlar hep istiyor adı işte koyucu arayında tamam şu çiftesinde ağaççısından o bir tane için evi çıkıp doğutta yuvasını şey bilmiyor bir şey şey evna Nerede asıtıyla işte aşıyla naşle zevkinin taşınan andı çağdahiye zekanın işo çıkıyor rezinin bağına işin yapıyor bir akşamı aşı tanıma dikkat şey yapıyorsa ve şu bırakıyor işte adım yok. Daha şık evine şık evine hazır. Nada daha düştü. Şık eşitine anneye de takı ilişki var mı yarılı ilişki var Allah'ın şimdi şık eşitine ayağı düştü. Şundan da açık olur. Açık olur. İcahı doktu. İcahı doktu. İşi oldu da rahat. Oldu da. Ulaşlar. Rahat oldu da. Kimsi. Neyse öyle olur artık. Evlat aklını tasarı dünya olur. Şimdi baksa. Şöyle utandım. Anne bir gördüm. Naş yaşadığında. Bu şey var havuzı öldü. İyi var gitti öldü. Altı her öldü. Yok. Adet da şey immune sistemi kendi ciddi cana dahi şey gençlik Allah'ın kaderini şahit illa o da işlemene iş yaradı.
Yeah, Shania, or Shania, what the Danish Jen. Is she him? Oh, she has yet, like she has. Do kunenana, Irene the day. Do do a Adrian Herder do this.
Shay Irene again, Shan Otto, Adona and Schlegel, the Agia on in Schlen, Otto Toy, Leaning on Kedina, Butcher Street, Otto is a planet that should trade out what it's really a national. Otto, Akodo, Egahe, chapter door with my community. I work with them as a grazing official. Now, the Nova Anna Feho. I used to work with the school board too, Black Mesa Community School, Dog, Pinion Community School, Audrey, Yahay, school board, Sean, Cushion, called a Chini Yajay, like the under that is found Bebe Dashni, Mohashi, and not on water. Ashi, Adam, Nika, I'm really proud of them. Some of them, you know, I know where they're at now too. Washington on the store belt, they any on Asher bells and this Kodoben, which the sticky a ya. I'm gonna speak on behalf of my dad, Shazak. His name is Roy James, and he worked with Peabody Coal for many years. I don't know, Kushi Benafe, Auto it's Ania, he retired from there and at this street, Ayahe, Auto, Kitchen, Bejol, the dust of that Aggie, but Jay Zolians in a call, but yeah, Quigo Ship, but for the Ash, Larry Tono, he went through an assessment and evaluation there. They told him that he didn't pass all because he cannot do the walk in his wheelchair, in a wheelchair now. Wheelchair, that's a dog, and that's the only reason why they denied him to get compensation. About the whole idea, over one is a dog, and I can't even bring him out here. He starts to cough. And I tell him, I thought the not leaving the assessment, he gave it the Schneegel, he doesn't want to. And I Jenny and the Shikero did that's it. Base of that's a shadow, Artfula, Eshin Hihada, say on his needle. And he lost hope in getting compensated, even though he has that black lung. I don't. What ego, Yahe ain't Edo, in the slash, Edo to the neck. Ebony now, Eddie Kodota, the nice out Haniki, Yego, Yahedo, the Nicodo, that he did not Tildo, Benetti, do Nista. That's what we stand on. Then a hot net, Zed, undone, a port the hands for betting that scared, for hard or she, for had then. La Hopesa, but it was repaired. It's not pumping it, no, because the water table dropped. Oh, that's a happening now. That needs and you get then we have to go look around for water. Oh, what's ego? Counties in God's alcohol. And I'm saying this because I know my community. Should not so be the every day. I know, you know, how it affects their health. I don't did that, oh, you shake, yes, did best or did, but not all, yes, not, I train out of the and that's very sad. But how much more are we gonna do this damage? He can man has done it, and Podobina Giedo, Tohans, Kobasti, Okajo, Shio Inna. I don't hit the neck, Quaggin, that Nashan Hutza, Hakushi gets kicked out of the street like a hit the whole name. What ego ain't it has all got alcohol. And when they have to go out to do their assessment on black lung, we pay out of our pockets. Larry told, over $900 we spent. And it took Peabody or Department of Labor to compensate my dad only a little bit over $700 for that trip. And that was like almost 8 months later. What's ego? I don't know. You see in your home when someone's like that, sick from that. Yo, nice, no?
It hurts. It hurts to see someone suffering from blight lung. I had a little brother that used to help me, but I lost him. I'll need to go. And it's hard to take care of someone like that. I try not to shed my tears in front of my dad. I should ever let him sing up on his castle. What he said to me, I saw him to kill Ashton. Autobahn, she just away. He what I Shananish Edo lessons to know what ego yahe. Parties that all what I bet the test cares or what I yahe Shananish slap. Hashina not go to Ashton, because what a Chinias dog this argo. Capital is a young fight or yet a oh, you better cast what the Talman Dante. Oh, you go better what the Nae Yahe Ebe Heinz ya. Sitnila, Coeben on the daughter one name, but still, I can't. I have to look at him. Nashigo. For one don't tell your kid. For one don't tell Quaggy Shabaton dot after Quaggy his ceiling and his house is all cracked 1 inch apart. Whatever you sit up. The Yafdor home that can not tell you not the corn that after any kid. We have resolutions from the chapter. We have pictures from here that were sent to Window Rock. We went over there to check on them, follow up on them. So it's like that. I see auto touch a basis store. A cold ego, codon picture of this. Auto Black Mesa Review Board on Gelson, and I served on that board too for several years. Although we want equal advocacy under that because it does not only affecting people that live out there in the mine area, but the 15 miles away, people get put the section, but I just but it affects everybody. So quite get thought the shafeshi put on another.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Frankie, Adrian Herder, Banaho Judole. Ado Bekedo a Herb Yazi Dole.
Yard 8 on so Shiman no Finity Yard 8 Shinan no Finity other yeah on so she Adrian Herder in the share she should the net this is on the bus chain this Kia on it that should say Ado said excuse me it shinade she late said it don't we it is the then shop but I got managed. So I wanted to provide a comment today, again, to you as representatives of our Navajo Nation and also the speaker of the Navajo Nation as well is, again, thank you all for coming to our region for this public hearing on Executive Order 1424-1. As some of you someone from this region, I strongly oppose the Navajo Nation continuing coal. You've heard it here from people on what coal mining has done to our region. The impact far outweighs the benefits, especially when it's impact to our groundwater. We don't want what happened here to happen in other communities that the Navajo Nation is embedding itself into with coal. So we don't want those same stories, what's being shared here for other tribal communities or other parts of the reservation. And also,
I'm sure you all as elected officials have heard reports from the Navajo Nation Department working on reclamation at the Kienta mine. But have you heard from the people here about what they see and those concerns about reclamation process? You got a taste of what the comments that they provided, and maybe for some of you, this was the first time hearing about these concerns. One of the things right here, Shema, she's holding a sign that says, Black Mesa can't have land back without water back. When we're talking about land back, we're talking about reclamation, erosion control, restoration. That's what we see as land back. And also, we can't have these lands back without water. Coal mining impacted our groundwater, and we need that water back. And that's up to the industry. The people that took this coal, they need to find out ways to give us that, bring us water back to our region. So that's where a message I wanted to share with you all. And this goes back to reclaiming the Navajo aquifer, all the water, the good water that we drink underneath our feet right now, thousands of feet underneath us, that is the Navajo aquifer. So with that, I'd like to share a quote from Dwayne Yazi, is that don't allow them to limit what reclamation means. It must mean providing water for the animals that this land is being reseeded for. I'm talking about the reclamation or the lands up there at the mine site as well. You can't have animals without water. So it's got to include at their expense windmills. So that was a quote from Dwayne Yazi. With that, I'd like to leave this with you is that before you start pursuing all of these other energy extractive projects, think about what is the health of our groundwater. Before we start dedicating land, energy, resources to industry, what about the groundwater? Because a lot of these projects require groundwater to utilize. As we all know, the current water rights litigation is still going on. So what that leaves is groundwater left to be used for these operations. And also, do we have enough water for these projects? We've got all of these things coming through our communities. Where's that water study? We need an independent water study here on Black Mesa to look at the aquifer. So that way we can determine, is our communities, is our region safe for any other sorts of extraction? Like, can we start pumping more out, things like that, which I hope we don't, but we don't have a study right now for our region to look at how much water do we have left? Is there even enough left? And also, what will be in place for communities when their water is impacted, just like what happened here on Zahidji. So I'm coming close to the end of my comment here, but I also strongly encourage again the speaker to push this message to all of Navajo Nation is that this type of public hearing shouldn't end with the topic of coal. This is not the only issue that's impacting our region. We heard some folks talk about other issues, hydrogen, uranium, pump storage, and things like that. So it shouldn't stop here in that there are other energy projects out there being proposed on the Navajo Nation that also deserve public hearings and public comments, just like what's happening today, but at a grander scale. For example, let me let you all know is that right now, there is a developer out there in the communities on the Navajo Nation pushing for a project called pump storage project. So using the elevation of water, running down mountain hill, whatever, to generate electricity. And right now, as we speak, there is a developer out on the Navajo Nation pushing for this project to these communities. And he's also promising that you're going to get water, you're going to get livestock for water, all these things. We've all heard that before. We've all heard that same message. And so that's where it's concerning that we have another developer out there running around. And I'm not sure if Navajo Nation is aware of that developer that's running around in Tohatchi, Cameron. They came here to the northern edge of Zahidji to propose pump storage project. And they're trying to tap into our groundwater once again to generate electricity. And they're calling it clean energy. And so I would really strongly encourage all of you, really think about that. If they're in your community, ask those questions. Where's that water coming from? And also these projects are proposed for 100 years. And also these developers are doing a really good job at tugging at people's heartstrings, meaning they're telling the people what they want to hear. And with that, the people are falling for it. And so we need our people to be strong and to really think about what these developers are saying. And then lastly, you as elected officials, you all are represented by the Department of Justice. What about the people here? Who represents us in regards to legal? And going back to those same developers, They're out there in the community promising this and that. Yet we don't have Navajo Nation telling us what's really on paper, what we need to see. And so our communities need representation, just like how you all have DOJ, who's representing us out there in these communities. When these developers come into our communities promising X, Y, and Z, because our people here, we don't know the legal framework. You all have the connections and expertise. How is that being translated to our communities when developers come in and they start promising these types of projects? So that's one of the things I wanted to conclude with. And again, thank you all so much for allowing me to speak, and then everyone here for really coming together. Again, this is not just the Forest Lake chapter. A lot of us come from Tahitian region, the Black Mesa region, or also we've been impacted by coal mining. So just know that for those listening in, this is not just Forest Lake chapter. We got Hard Rock, Pinon, Black Mesa, Blue Gap, and also off reservation, off Black Mesa Tahitian community members. So again, go ahead, Arnold. So.
So thank you, Adrian. The Nana. So that's a other question that Herb Yazi do the kid do a Lina Bigado less.
That's it. Ani na kani kwe na kada house I get it. Ni cha ti city. City is fine. Yego na to con up and down Kahuzi. So the Yego now. The next is what the nation. He learned put on his husband who's singing. He learned the kind of ethical nation. We have exigent circumstances. It has a eyes. A convent his fanatic. Beat on his as no. It's not on a lay up at easier. At the horse me to the Yego. Anna let me. A con. At art again of ship. Just as they go. And then it came Francis case like then we can lay Instantly. Almost thought that it up. I get the almost. But this is thought I was young. And before your tree not his shit in this ship as a day not sheep. Okay. Either instant and all the so just keep bench on. Total space, either. Chicky, anything, a Vietnam veteran. The credentials, hauling, yellow, ancient orange. Oh, I mean, a con. Eat, bells in the go. And the rede, yes, now so see love. Project 2025. What's in the book? A con. Quit it. And now hold Jesus. Executive order. Donate na hakad. Ita di up. The hotels. Ete. Akon. Na kito be so. So the yego. Ahasti. And then. Revitalization of the mining industry. Coal, the cut, I'm talking. The song, any kids of the year. As them a book. Part of nation, skin so bad, ain't of the public and ye late or less, no. 8-7 Number care not of me. Federal land. United States is a federal land. It's or need. A condo. Ato yego nanka. Even the hotel. Other dogs. Federal land, no, we get spouse and not hunting or sending. That reservation, I think. AI. Upon. Diego is. Todo esto está bien. I don't do the quick car. And then thinking that on it. I didn't guess what. Nikki, behind the because it's a cottage. No. But the also that you needed over you. That could not that. The kid not that. Another need. I put a city to a coal, new coal mine. Another dog needs the snake or the snake. No. I don't. And then the national monument, yeah. There's years about 80. Escalante staircase about 80. So, bajo in tempo, a segunda dog needs, or the snow, the snake. No. Yeah. A no. A quit a dog no, kid, not kid, not now. That's a name, thing. Upon. Oh, your horse, name on your husband. Artishna. Ilane. Nikina, Annie, Machine, there's Annie, that's only Namishitas. Nafa. Which ain't on heart of the dog, Namishitos, she's. There's Annie late at that. You and your predecessors. 2013, yeah, down energy policy that was they done us all same. Yenos fa. So the yenos fa, ishne. So that larger. A confata, a kid, a or pipeline that, Diego, advantage, yes. He didn't get policy, he didn't get, I know. So not can leader. I can't, I put up as only does the whole. This is in needs and for them. I should need and then you fight each other, no. There's only that is.
Así, mi que se me son das so, activitas so. Na fakat patito. Não isso. O eu por faeda. Então, nisso. Se veio na fakat então, nisso. Fala na cidade. Ani da Joseph. Na né. E qualquer e qualquer Sunny, yeah. Peabody was gay. Your time. That be. I come home. What time is for? Yeah, but the timing, they. A child or three, them now. Reclamation, reclaim the land. Say, happy, that's standard.
Kokoshi, Shahat, Kodo, Ginata. 8 minutes has passed. Issue Craigie not so that's not so eight. Copy and necessary so we can accept those into the records too. Oh. Okay. Auto Glenupigay, Auto Thorpe Yazi.
Oh, this song is long list, when long the. That was one really fun, called the double one, then that's for an alcohol. Again, then I assumed it up for honest. The call, but, well, yeah, there's a fucking thing. So, you got this song, I mean, please. You oh, yeah, young, but, you got ABC, oh, yeah, young, yes, in the book. So, you got them. It's very bad, see, everything about, especially about you. That's what it's really one, people open it. Yeah, but. But you go down runs. It's out to really. A school that you know. To be a child that is really open. And that's it, that you. But they call it airport, yeah. And that's why I'm really going. Yes, so they over the years. And that's okay, what in this call. Anyway, it's all come on about new things for you. Okay. So, down the front of you. And then, follow the area, no, but you know, nothing to say. Maybe the best part of the country, so no, it's not fun. Kids, you know, go for school, you know, yes, keep happening. It's for children. The other part that you, but that is, you know, there is, if you have you, long. Oh, yeah, there's I don't know how long I got it go. I think that's not that I didn't sort on it. I'm sure how soon yeah, there's another part. Maybe over this army, first it don't know this army. But then if you know, not only this is the other I see. Yeah, going to know, you're sure. You have to say what you need to Washington. What you need to is some for the husband, and they don't touch it for the store. It's about what's the thing you really know. That's for sugar. I'll put the shoes in. I don't put the shoes in the shoes in. I put all something. Oh, yeah, you should buy shoes. If you are the first hand ready to see if they are butter, I see. Upon the poet about them, our poor does mean this, but really without them. We are non-able. For not getting one like them. If that was our student, people. How are you? Hey, it's a beauty. It's for 80 hearts. On the farm, there's a 350 it's not doing the other stuff you see. What's the thing making it? It's a long fun. It's a long level there. That's what they know what the hell it's this sort of thing. It's doing it. They don't know. I mean, there's a do the trouble. If they would still have that dog, see. estamos en cambio. Todos estamos en cambio. Ella, entonces, tampoco es difícil. Aquí también con las fases en la mitad. Va a
Yeah, Shamasana. Do quite a budget, not Sorgi Dorothy or Yazi. Do Bekedo Louise Benali Gomez. Do to be Ginger Aiden Cloud what the 8 minutes time limit. Do Dorothy.
Okay, snap, share, don't see out in shadow. My discretion chance to have to offer stream. Which in it doesn't change, though, talk on it doesn't matter. The way, Black Mesa could see the other in Nasha. Credit or each other their street song. And the best one has only with the RDC and I please the kid with that. If I did passion it or so that cares for her. To us, I see some urgent situation. Na har jag bara suitcase och på internet. För att jag har långt undan dem. Det är det har den till det för det liksom. När ani det stressen så ett rat från det har in middle det sa det där. Det kända det vad är det som ani det för det liksom. Och han har så det kan det säga då när ani det lider. Det är fantastiskt. George sig att det någon jag har inte det då jag har det då. Not only to you, they are the Christian and the share ancestors. So, but for those who constitute in living hand that you, I think we need to lead up with it over. Hala, we're frustrated. I see, and how they, it's Agado, Washington, Navajo Nation. So I think Hayana Eden, so in this case, even now we're frustrated, all having things at the Sadia and the effects. A couple I have answered case on that. A couple show me the about I see and cope with that house. You're not just hit on that. So, yeah, we have a no send on the sheet ice so yeah, RDC, and so yeah, Oban's case. A couple of Jobata did. Not all now the decision so far. Did Peabody Kagi rerun happening that are there, enough and keep it up. Are there enough and keep it? These are Bansas cases that the late 1960, yeah, that or early 70s, that I was in college there, but I understand and there, either Peabody behind either. Nana Hobiland dispute behind Nansa. These are a chapter, these are a hope and some bad ya, Nashamla. Eka the behind, a any yasher, Shamado's Jaya, but she's kind. A coeta ya, how she, I see can. Dota that eat non hidden how she ever just take. Oh, nice there, a day, yeah. Talanes, I get it that you know that was come. Ado, the Nana is only got Sado and Nano. How she says, Dota, they but also not nota. Upon Bessie Karaita, upon all, they open now, G's, the quack, a bit, knee, Betty, the Jimanada nation hit it, no. So it's a real run. Out and now. Eta hot ina ta ashita Peabody bella nila ashita bella leo bekero tanan kite kiloro haya si o da age ado haya da ni hinde dan dot nishata di ninde hashi sakanon haya ki da dos nishto nachenen da nishobe
Eda do kato, no, and so Tito did it, no, the Haji, a teen and Hata had those, Miss Chatham Hata had those, Abi had put up his yard as little did it, no, she, then she left hit the column. There was the she's there then. Dear, so I did that, initiate on hit on hit it, neither. Local means Navajo Nation hit on me, everyone hit it, neither hit on me. Ebin inleden the Navigation ana she dish is the coins the batin don't ebet in it on me. That's why I don't unhidden that bit and it on me. Arj oh budget charge dates la. Oh what's la? I could this thing over anaka taught on his law. Either one in there. So I thought that's it. Kadega, the queen the show has the dots. Agenda alla hade nahade schizoad satan shot at least. Kader oh that's his nature hanana lianahanda. Ako ada ita agreement in place for the England and for those kids shade or answer. Oh yeah, you heard me. Maybe you already agree, maybe you already agree with migrant. Hindi hata get or not that I thought had a sort the go out a meeting, though they needs the sugar already was hard isn't or made a nice little bit easy. There's a nice little me said, oh, but I'll be careful, it doesn't start. So, about this, then so I see, I thought, yeah, but think it, oh, how geez, this shit, reclamation, the queen ship also has link for reclamation, no, then, Jadi ni, obicin alia Peabody. I don't chin alia peso ya ta. Ako za. Ano ni ya go ya de ti. Sli. Kesha yan ha do zi. We rely on their here I did not amin hata no sli. A council delegate in hin ha any let me council read on it. The highest hit on it. Hado tata do ni. Don't you know how say case other decision it or vision it so gave avant. Ado in that then so call each other not and ready each other in that case. None of the pedal ado hash lesta or third petty for of raven hundreds or aunt has that ado ben he caught or what I needed to shin Navajo Nation out and pushing 300, 400 plus ever peso on it or me. Go on today, yet I don't get or me the big at a cohort. Each at the resolution takes energy office, then when hard or the church at not then. Don't matter. Me chapter has another half day like this. I do put another that's why people are frustrated. Even not outside, a hot outside, can't put up on test case. So, you just your natural car, it over this need and 100. Oh, yeah, see, I have under the heart to that things. Reclamation, but no, Peabody, I don't think just say you not that, not in the Dutch, and that how long I don't have it, not that. How did she in the breast carried at the city in your aid? You're that we should under reclaim the so ebony na so tadi na ado ko na then hata do that you need that for the ashan a teen asa the decision because I may be in 41 the guys that court oh me das me for the first like chapters and RBC logical about an has at all you go na how to ado the one I want to mention is federal land, trust responsibility, and poverty. Navajo Nation poverty. How they so yeah. We're sovereign nation, not anymore. But yeah, federal government
Okay. Shamato de Ado Louise Benali, do Beketo Norman Benali, do less.
Oh, do you got eto kya kwa asana no kan Vicky, the time of party. Ako siya dito, siya lini na kay the naan so kapag hapas change as siya das siya do siya das another. Ano na later sa sahod ya de o na siya. Ako di as siya niya din siya na be or dahlaw ba ako ni zin. Ako sa zani do sa has twin day at Bekleed has ni ako ba natin no sani. Sabi na sa si kwa chamaan ni da zit na na bigay ado kwa sabi to jiyo Maxine Cascoli ado may Talino da daw yaw bes das nicht bekannt das wo aber has na story ako die steht drin zinnig ben nacht kay yang zinnig then you hit this low fair gold water with yaw in these Hillary Rodham Clinton with yaw agis ako sa the plana to GOP with yaw ye dahil sa President Trump niniki yitsagad then maina on Jesse to na ya da benaho dos ado the nato tapos no to anan that teenage ako at ini ako ba ako no sen ado na at lo yahaki to see cases ado so sami da tu ikas kita pahuin edo benta nation de edo betechnius na ako ado ya da ako di kaya deniki baka niya inaos ido baka na kahaki yitano ne ado sobi ha od ya da johnson ado todo hasin so da zihiki egen da ni de plana od yahaki na te has ani hatay da ado ya be da lezeno da hinten pe dragi na halon de enta akana ta na de no hota as Supreme Court of ya tendon que sos da ado ni nenon kan sakes de ba ako sen ado an dait an shit ni na hava an venity shit betesne jo in le betrachte besnan shit ya ado gesin kinat ani to se pena se ten tikeno si yaho to etagaho zandre da hala shita di nan kite ade ntate ganan keho asi ko ya ina nesh akwa to ba ako no sen de benna do ade to ke do ida ni na ga kis ani kaya ge to jihiki to ka na gado to ka sutada Washington but chidebeti luwasat ananga ako ado tias na lo si the best be kasi there's like na try to chibis no tanzon ado be has ani haidilla lego chil zeitan village igantan village ado chiteno and adon hirando ado be that of see adon hirans the end hit no sa was a pain hit the so I put out chirando be classy would non de at the cuisine sana sa so be don't hitati nira ned upon nana the battle of it out potato has finished that sunny out only Colorado will tell ya begin that thou other doesn't card Opo wat kinad nesto wat kan sak kesi de sin beta ako no zem hadde da beta do asne asin pot fiti kan beta to se avanzas case aro hasin so sanin denegi has twin denegi bahjo pa so the nata ge there's nata nes akon there's not ne adam shit that can get better was anything Ako kung ni begin ako kaya tayo sing hut out. Atong santo na do sing hut out. Sing nene sa dapat ako yung zin. Santo pansa dan santo over ni. Ako do pa ako nasa ado obahaso bata tos ni. Ako ti ni hut ato to pun ko di sige. Di det ko tato tin no. Ako din na ata nagaya we got the sun day si Aidan no begin ba na as ako what agi hat zishi ko ta do tin nonsense don't is not a no Mikiza pi ha so pi ha type of disease ko ha ten do least Wato nature at the eho disease feel out open na sneeze Aidan na south Ado ako na hati sito tatatok na pero sabi zet ano ya sani ye na antikinon kahasris ado patko bet deses bet is po pa to ano on na tahito aha setan hito ni ko ani innocent kako pa innocent Dapat avanzas Cristo ya pa Yana anne lako anta ito saka ko zande kasi
Ado Craigie Norman Benali Banaho Jish. Obikedo A Rosie Farley.
I don't understand why the Navajo Nation president is speaking of tribal sovereignty and then sitting on the Latin president. It kind of reminds me of the time years ago when I saw a photo of Bill Silken. She had a red pajama on. She always carried it around in paper bags. That's what I saw when I saw President Biden photo with Trump. This is not dog. Instead of standing up for the people, he just wants to go to Washington D.C. and hop across the left of the powerful white people, and that's not leadership. So my advice to you is all the council delegates, if you go to Washington D.C., don't do what he does. I've been there. I used to walk the halls of Congress to try to change the mining laws to make them more effective, to protect the land, the people, even the mine workers. That was when I was younger. But now I'm an old man. And I still have not changed my position opposing any kind of mining. Because I've toured a lot of mine sites across the country and I've seen the damage that it does to the people in the communities and to the environment and to the land and the water. These are irreparable damages that they do across the country. So a lot of these places, you see, these lands that have been destroyed by mining are not livable. And even here on the reservation, a lot of mined out areas, uranium mining, those areas can't go back, can't live there anymore. And that's just not for a short period of time. That's for thousands of years for the land to recover. So where can we find another tract of land that was equal or better value for the people to live there once the land is destroyed? And when they're uprooted from their culture. So I think about that all the time. That's when I was young, I used to listen to the elders way back when I think everybody else was in school. I was kind of left behind. And mostly I saw the old people in the community And when the afternoons like this, they visit one another. They're open, and we speak of the future. That is what we see today, why the future would be ruined because of the misguided leadership of a lot of the political leaders back then. It seems like we've seen the mistakes that were made in history. Why do we want to go back and make the same mistakes? To repeat those mistakes, we should have learned from it now. We heard from the people that work in the coal mine and how badly that affected their lives. I know they have gold-plated medical retirement plans, but they never get to see it or enjoy it. I know I saw my cousin years ago. He worked in the coal mine. He retired from Peabody, but he didn't live long enough to enjoy whatever retirement that he had. And he even took his wife with him. He was working for health. And that's what I see a lot of in the community now. And we all want to bring this back again. There was a time in history we had people that were illiterate, don't speak English. There was no job opportunity for them. Because coal mines were the only solution to bring their family to to bring a decent income to their families. But now people say, oh yeah, you speak English, I'm educated, overly educated in some places, but they still want to go to work at the coal mine. What's wrong with these people? I mean, if you're that good, you go out into the world and bring the world to the people. That's what I think. So there was a time, yes, we had to have mining on the reservation because the people don't have a choice. But now the choices are unlimited. I think the economic opportunities are unlimited. We could produce our own food. We don't. We could, years ago, we used to have farms. And we had farm to table, everything we ate, we produced. But now no one does that anymore. Everybody's getting their groceries from Mexico. And it has to cross the border. Now you have to pay tariffs just to get groceries on the table. And that's just the green vegetables. When you think about that, we become so dependent on other cultures. We're totally getting disconnected with our own way of life, producing our own food, even herding sheep. Some people don't want to do that anymore. Some of us still do. So we need to go look, revisit those options instead of following the corporate culture. That is only corporate greed. And I just don't appreciate the fact that people are, yeah, you want to get rich quick. You don't have to get rich quick. You just have to live a life that's satisfying, but a healthy life, a long life. You don't have to be rich. I think that's important. That you're happy where you are, producing your own food, and living off the land, and having access to clean water. So I say no to the expansion of any kind of mining activity. I don't care what kind of hard rock there is on the ground. Leave it in the ground. And protect the water and the people. That's the most important thing. To be in a position of leadership instead of being a lapdog to the corporate culture or even the politicians wanting to you stand up for the people. That's the most important thing. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, do Norman Benali. Do Hunanana, Bishop Anaso, Rosie Farley, El Bukedo, Rihanna Johnson.
Intergenerational. Vấn đề là đây là cái chỉ đâu sợ cái mà phải sai anh đã nó sao phải cái này bị chém到你知道你都是看的这个东西有些的还好多啥的把牙齿不得理解谁呀我he把这个他也得给冲到那啥冲进到去这是好学的到那啥因学的呀Rosie Farley呀因学到那是那多好呢也得来他去的是nó ăn lấy là xin nó lấy cái chuyện đấy là chuyện chuyện của ta ấy sao nó như khó ấy hả xin xong rồi ấy bài giá thì còn thì có họ ấy hả này này sự thật là đó nó sao đó nó khỏe họ tuổi là cái hạt tiền để chuyện này những chuyện này cho nó không lo nhiều lên để chuyện này Asia khỏe đó mình cái khỏe nó son chứ khỏe nó bị nó đó cũng họ đi coi xe thay à họ khỏe họ ăn rồi họ phát đạt họ họ phát đạt họ đồ sĩ đồ đi có họ họ xin này lấy đó cho cái đó là cái xe 아저 가하다노 엔네 토 하는게 하에저 가하다노 엔에게 아도 나하시나 아도 치세티 에시도 예다 아도 에시 아도 쳤다 있었어 나 스페시나 오시아 유베야 에어서 에시는 기타 에헤 kon da det är det alltså honestly så sen det är faktiskt nej det har så sen där fast det är för jag vet att hon fast vad har precis det har det är det så att skriva och jag har sett det då och så är den då då det nej kan det och nästa det så the fact that was so I for pass on pass oh but so hey yeah bad ni practice for to na target the target is for hey don't you I just get na ho ho ai na ho na ai na no ya cái kho hải sinh ở tại là tại cái ở kho thế nào mà sáng này rồi rồi sẽ sáng mình hiện tại sẽ sáng để cái chỉ nó bà chỉ ở kho này này theo mà học phải cái ở kho hải sinh ở đây nếu mà cho mình còn là cái đó về cái
la piena, cambiare scuola. Dopo, ho speso una volta dopo ho detto che c'è
Craigie, Ray, Anna Johnson, the Kedo, Frank Donald Jr. The list. I just wrote a little page here while I was waiting. I come from a farming and ranching family on both sides. My maternal and paternal side. My mom's from Hard Rock and my dad's from Horse Lake. Both of my families truly rely on the food that they grow and the sheep that they take care of. I grew up here and I attended school here and I've had my nails done here. Sorry, this is where my ancestors have lived and stewarded the land with their animals. This is where I will do the same. Growing up, I heard many stories about the land from the past.
These stories describe the springs and the seeps scattered across the plateau. The variety of vegetation and flora that provided sustenance for families, livestock, and wildlife. Or the abundance of snow that fell every winter, snow that often led families dreading the loss of another dozen sheep or to harsh conditions. My grandmothers experienced these aspects of life for most of their lives, while my mother grew up in it. As for me, I can only rely on these stories. Today, these springs have disappeared. The valleys can no longer sustain native plants such as the Indian rice grass, the alkali sacato, or the mountain lily. And winters now bring hardly any snow. There's a lack of foresight. It's 50 years, considering the long-lasting impacts to the environment, namely the water. Today, you are borrowing from what you're borrowing from us just to keep a few dollars in the central government. And saddling my generation and future generations with problems for which there will be no solutions. I see and recognize today's climate change as a disruption in a natural and historical polarity. Climate change has occurred throughout Earth's history, fluctuating between glacial and interglacial periods. However, human activity has accelerated these changes beyond the rate of what has been considered normal. We can't rely. I just want to end it with, we just need to be careful with these new development and fossil fuel projects, because they're not the answer. I want to live the rest of my life on Black Mesa, and I just don't know how that's going to happen. If there's no more water, or the air is polluted, and on. So I just want to yeah.
Yeah, she has it. Next we do have Frank Donald Jr., followed by Susie Lake.
Okay. So this is your this I don't know now to this about this area, so but you know, and the city they get tsunami. I see that a tea the whole day is that I don't Response up, that's a reason. Oh, I need. Yeah, response up, we want to do. Texting that you. Yeah, but I think it's important to you. It's going to be very young. Different types of minerals. Told by. Or have you out? So. See. Minerals about. She has found some of the community. I think so. She be a year. But told. Rain. Mining. Yeah, she. She. It's unspeaking happen. Basic. Once you disturb that, it's a big demand. Yeah. He không mong gì đành thì biết thì biết don't need the city either. Don't pesa corporations don't pesa is in a big deal. Look at the wealth of them, not for us. Even when I see not split home or the person I'm on he's that's it's a better I'm not that you say how you all up there the other 25 seconds thing you like that. You are the original owners of this land that you live on. Why isn't it that we are not the majority owner? We should, maybe if it was that way, not way, maybe we should. Got 75% of it. This is on the gun, it's going to have 25. But the whole, but for the whole system, there, when they found out, the plan, yeah, hey, yeah, oh, yeah, so nowadays, even my think this is got this after. I don't need the next half, need the time, the idea. I see so. So now, there, so, so, these are now, it's a no. I see so, let's evil, I'm ready to know. Man, brother, quiet them down, but don't fear. I don't know, they're not, in the man, yes, she, so that of me. I'm not that. So, that works. And set, we want to preserve that. Betty Nana said, so yeah, that's not it either. But then, yeah, Yes, Dana, oh, was it, the question now? You listen. Okay. Reside. Time to speak. He, I don't think Washington, then he's not, this is. President. Hey, education, no, peso, university, best master, maybe. China, peso, the gun at that, any corporation, police, peso, yeah. So, far from the symbol of death, reside, still. As long as it's not together right here, unite. We have power with that, from the symbol. Again, see the one said, I see you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donald. The Kunenana Susie Lake, the Kedo Dwayne Young, the left. Susie Lake.
I was 16 years old when I first came to this land. Mesa. Oh. Um, I think they're talking about Kenya and Johnny, and that's when I first picked up on that land. She meant so much. But they should be, it's sad. But the thing is that when they first opened the mine, in Chase son, it was true, I think, so he that this was the company and the Navajo Nation. In so and that those again the Chido hospital has no code, the hospital that no. But those every promise that was made to them was broken. We don't have running water. We had to pay for our electric. The land, the livestock. Those that get on there, but under the list of the that they say that this is what happened. They don't need a corn not this. 10 years. It's going on 50-something years. So all those promises that were made were broken. We don't have a highway. And then a call. We understand English. We have we have our younger generation that we depend on. A call. Let's not repeat the same thing. So, way back, several years back, we tried to form a committee. And Pascudo signing didn't be insurance, but those not all this. That's what we wanted. Ados teenager away to ado for this. $20 a buck. Yeah, I can tell to the 0.18 when that's when the 8 about one, but the chair, about the one. Those were our dreams. That's what we formed that committee for. But guess what? We're our own worst enemy. Somebody came around and said, oh, that, like this. So that went down the drain. Of course, she got it option. I had center. Maybe some of our elders would have went to better health facilities. Although we talk about black lungs. I was one of the helpers with black lungs. I would visit homes. And my ex-boss is there, so I'm not gonna name names. It's really, really sad. Sad, so sad that, we would visit one. Next time he would tell me, so we visit. He's gone. Quiet because so I saw firsthand what black lungs can do. And we don't want that. We want this land to heal. So we want them to go to the let's get together and let that be our gift to them, because we're not gonna be here. They're the ones that are gonna be here. Let them have their homes. Yes, money was good, and whatever we did, our homes, our vehicles are beyond that. That's what I say, or the change himself or just but let that be a joke. We're to the point where we're ready, and retirements and so that's what I wanted to say, and I wanted to thank everybody, not only in Affinity, Crystal Lynn, your Otto, the council delegate, Cheryl, and I'm not really sure what it's not Kagianos, but I don't know, Tommy, that was here at the chapter house. Elsie and Hashi Shiyashi and Haji, Otto, Mr. Nigrin, President Nigrin, Shiyash, Hashi, but Sonny did not eat the job is that she had so, Otto, Panos, so it's a nostro stato and different has a lot of support that it's really, yeah, so I want to see all done in a father.
Susie, Nana Dwayne Young, Biketo Olita Riggs,
Alaska, Canada, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee. These are the kids coming in. Pretty funny. My kid, I have 2 girls. After that, I got 14 grandkids and 2 great grandkids. As young as I am. For my grandkids, they're out working now. And it's always come back to us. They're saying, I'm short on money here, I'm short on money there. You know, can you help me? Can you help us out? Can you help us out? Okay, you guys come back to work somewhere close by, where it's convenient for you guys. You guys don't have to have spending money, you don't need to pay for something else, which is a lot more than what you make this season. Because, quick on this. I'm not great at me. This is not other radio, which is this other and so other they receiving the school for signing and they other yeah, they see the same because it's the generation, the younger generation, they don't have to be worried about that way. And it's costing them more money for them to work. Still have access to this. From here, the way to get second one bus, Oakridge. The way the Oakridge came is just my family's sitting right here. It's everybody, no? The system. But hey, as I see people out there in the brown, probably that not kind of. What else do you got? People are really pretty good. So I'm going to be on us. Oh, years out. So the Zoom button. I'm the Zoom right here. Contract. Where's that gonna go? Whose pocket is it going to? We're not gonna see it. Nobody's gonna see it. The money that has gone to the Navajo Nation, the money that has gone to the open reservation, who's gonna see it? Nobody saw it. You know what they did with it. They're not gonna say it. Okay. Bill, 2017, 2019. Federal entity. Where did that go? What the promises you guys talked about? It's gonna be broken anyway. Everything. Families broken. Kids. What do you see for kids? The next generation. A younger generation right here. School. They don't get us. Put us to rest. But now we have to go out for kids. State attendance. They're not forgotten. You don't forget. You like that stubborn wall. We talk about people, they talk about us. Even in Texas, even in Alabama, even in Mississippi. Reclamation, that's where the COVID started. Every case today. In California, we're out of the top. Tucson to the Vice Street. Tucson, or into Chicharito, it's not health records. Even Black Lung, the Alabama, that place is shut down for research. What are you looking at? That down to ground level, base one. Even this here, back then with the health view, sign off that rock. We're back at base one. Naka-outlook yun yung din. Ayun ang tao. Who's he gonna listen to? There's heck ain't gonna be me. There's heck ain't gonna be you guys. That's how he looks at it. When it starts back out, yes, it does. I don't know. Just like everybody else says, we're down to retirement, we're down to nothing. We made money. Let's see all the coal miners right here. There's a bunch of them sitting here as time passed, we're taken off. Underground mining, I've seen a lot of it. The uranium miners, I was one of it. What we go through, what we got through, we're still proof. We're still here. Be resilient. Nobody's going to take us. If you think that somebody's going to take you, we'll take you. Just like my grandson says.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Nana Melita Ricks. The Kedo Aiden Pablo Dole.
Okay. Same little reasons, yeah. Like, I get it, it's a sneak about this. Down, a little reasons, yeah, but it's really strong. And now, I bus is chain, Hannah. Hannah, that's a chain, the chain, that's a chain. As the tie, that's a chain. And then you have like, fourth slate hole, yeah. Chain the 8 of the brothers of a slot out there, the Sunday, no, the other boxing, it has the whole time, yeah. 35 years, it's like, working at the mine. But, it's like 35, years of starting. I don't even like, I get it again, I got it. So, I don't, pretty sure I'm not taking on the thing, yeah. It's what makes that. I don't know what that is, the shutdown, pipeline, best again. I was right there, and on there, quite. Right, the February, but the gun I always got sunshine. It went on. Is not that the story of that is. Oh, you see,
That's Sean, yeah. It's not the best about that, yeah, though. But, that was so, it's not though. Shit, I say, hello, and we got to, hello. Just he was odd enough, there. As he odd enough, there, I'm not the social talk, struck me, we had a relationship. I don't stand on the stroke of the whole bypass the I don't let long snob at the knee. Let long snob at the no, but none the talk of paper use couple. But then Peabody goes to have vessels and done check then. You have to get lawyer, then so that's all I don't, they didn't get me benefit. I don't have opportunity that is yet at the no, that has never. Hold on, just results. Anything to do with that alternate admission, but you have to get your own lawyer. You have to get your own lawyer. She could quit the sheet of stars, so I backed out. I backed out. To sue Peabody. The quit the sheet, you see, toast called Rushla. Water truck in the tap not to the total is like. And call the husband, I just so did miss not all of that, but then benefit the even out of that. But then benefit the person. So what then? So on it that is dental not even covered. Hearing aids not even covered then. Out of it, that's 65, and that's high and Peabody insurance. I guess on the then. Oh, how I make that 65 and that's you're not covered with their health insurance no more. You go under PHS. Oh, now you have to run that on me. I do it a coin saw here. I know the nada to this niggas to Johnson shape. Trauma ego and that is not face the Baha drag on her. Ona the times the Nassau left that open Tonahashke water truck probably must be asked, but that's the part of Nana Dasa. Oil Nana be success and Nana Yanana Shah Rosa Ninashke. Ahatende, okay, Ero Danso, and so funny one over the outside, you know, you guys have listened and we can't estimate and not only of this, but look down now on the story, the 50 hours, are there now by that, the students are in the house, they don't know. Are they? Man, the shit, and the Indian, they don't talk about the snow. About that, we don't know that. So how many have down sheet slap, a slap, I said, should just late when they now, what came there, Patara, oh, next week. Oh, no, I see. Portrait of what they're doing on there. Nahalan, some hold on, just case, open this, oh, you look at this, oh, you look at this, now, funny, yeah, oh, you appointed the December, January, the August, the husband, and the Mahal, this name, oh, you seem fine up with that on there. For that, Denver, though, I go New Mexico, go that, another car. Korean does not have that near paper fake, yeah. The none the does car that no, that sashito. وطنادة بتتنقل حاطين لك إيه خدين دول لها نها هذا الناس تاها إيه سهلنا two different stories لها أرو إيه دول if you want to go with it I think you have to hire your own lawyer for that that you the nothing the help of the I see I don't see the other house little الشيء نزابها دكها مني even though I prefer talking and never. Thank you.
شهد هذا هنا Aiden Poplo هذا بكيتو Caroline Johnson Yeah, she has a Caroline Johnson هذا بكيتو Mary Catherine Smith
Got that's on from through the communities that through each one of you represent. I'm very thankful you took this time to be here. Speaking about the old right here, one of the highest elevation. The Fiji, she's female. Santa Banichi. Bayeti. So needed that one the city. Sagaho Sano. A Sanita. Though in the non-fortune Kidalton. And his whole tent in Aliketa Hallo. Aden hit a year. Even need. So I zio the snow. Pania. Deep a sheen. Deep tail. For dog. So don't ask me. To no. The one Namaz. Just Passata. This she talks a con. She not lost her no. The slip. The nebizard. David, yes. Not the fuck. Father, she always start. And so. Cow. She is needy. The father is not needed. She madon she jeto ya aseno. The lagana bizarre. Who don't ask. Khan lane she can't look for. Dina. So the sin. Kujonde. Do in the ze hoga. Pashin so. Tios ind. She lay. If it ain't the net. Ik had het ook zien. Kaya. Maar goed ja dan. Die is toch al. Het einde. Lang het aan de hesken. Sani dat twee. Dat ze lacht zo. De nebzaad. Tios in. Gewoon ande. Di Washington, Belacana. Yana Yospa. In Fisne. Chiasin long, my Kia on. So hey, di hon. Kaya pa Hosnia. But it don't eat all day, but can't not all day. They nas the nas. Pashin so. Sani das sweet kaya get a hit cake. Di hot edo nas you this can't go dini. Cut the dini it's gozen. His name child. Bible, ne? Shepa. You wet. The fitting aber not in a bini car mini na. Dozadi. The hedes up. 1960s. It ever Bennett freeze. Yeah. The whole Africa. I don't in the land dispute. I don't need. Other livestock. It's all cancelled. Yeah. Not just land freeze. Yeah. Wait here. Can't shit. It's odd. It is. He's on it. That's what means it's not the name. He's on it. You can't any form to take. Then it freeze. Can't any form to take. KDNPL. Navajo partition land. Hat ich bin jeden Ding von sagen, wenn he no shit, wenn he no shit. It's brought nothing. It's brought pain. That same pain that my grandparents, my ancestors felt, were feeling it. When that day we heard in this chapter house, Trump Houdini, our Navajo Nation president, Kate Nia, the multitude of the historical trauma triggered. Well, in me, Sani, me, Dimigi, begin forward me. Ashina, Mishle, just a doses out of those. What we fail to do is this. But ich will sagen, US economic, the political domination we allow. Here it is, and yet we're underdeveloped. We need to say absolute and undisturbed regime. We want that. The land, the water, any energy development, the noting, the aquifers, Coconino, Navajo, and Dakota. We don't know how much water's beneath our feet to this day. For 50 years of the corporate use. To this day, we don't have answers. From time to time, the water pressure here at this chapter, since we cannot get that's our work, the water pressure goes down. The housing over there, they have to also refrain from using too much water into a process to reduce our water usage. One thing that no one see we're gonna invite and entertain another coal mine? I don't think so. Here it is. I'm a mom. I'm a grandma. Dates me to speak to you before come before you today. Not on you, whatever powers you have, use the dine fundamental law. By your ne. That's how we thrive day to day, year to year.
Yeah, Shema. Caroline. Next we do have Mary Catherine Smith. Ado Bikedo A John Bigay.
Nate to aresha techi. Actually, what I mean to therapist. Nasa. Nima nasa. Ebi yajanishka. Tona e. Ebi yajanishka. Ado begin. The question is, I got how. So I wait to yajanishka. I put out sun and shin. Ado na shaka ebi. Kum chikaya. Satishaho. Ado ina shakna sam. In general, can see. Ako. Yeah, hinji leto. Now, so the question is, I got didn't that shit right now. Even the yeah, she's like, Robert had put in that. The snow night, this kid, I wasn't being combative. I wanted information. Why am I signing these papers? Okay, to say that you were here, who should I be telling I'm here? You know, it's my right to be here and I don't need to justify to anybody that I should be here. In the Navajo Nation, 25 years, 25 years before my mother passed to get a census number. And then, I don't say so is that. Oh, I'll give you a call. Oh, I've been waiting for a phone call for 25 years. Oh, so they say that if you can have me sign a piece of paper just like that, why can't you give me my census number just like that? What I did we were still yesterday, Nisha. But the non-EPA, the never island. I be sign a whole time. October then, that you no, how is it? No, you need at the long. Need that or was not long. The next time that I said, you and stuff, no. The father they sneeze that, no. Of course, I don't not, I think, no extra. Usually air traffic is like so from where I live. They're critical. And if you put your thumb up, they should be above, measure to lay, should be between, up here above your thumb. I see a funnel, they're slow traffic. So what do you think they're doing? They're already surveying. There, I don't have young. I don't be yellow. Not so you can't need the not easily. This is just to justify what they already approved. So I don't wash and doing the TA and tests it. They open out of the national have no teeth. They have no teeth, don't need. So I don't see they not as need. Legion that we never missed what they say. Did you feel any of that pain? I don't think so. I just wanted to say that, and I support my relatives here, all of them, for what they have to say, their testimonies, and I hope that you take this to heart because you're spending a lot of my money to be here. Understand that. I have suffered so many years. My parents have suffered so many years refusing to relocate. And guess what? We didn't move. And so once the accommodation agreement came through, I can't, don't yin shit obey has in the hashipa, if they use shit. As this in need, I know I had to practice this all night because the what a obey in this need where you. Yeah, this time, doesn't know neck I should do a Julian speak I should do. And I remember Jermaine was there when I said, as this the need. There's that trust fund that that came in. And because US government, Hopi tribe, Navajo tribe. The Navajo tribe didn't reach an agreement, but we were coerced. And all that fund, millions of dollars went into a trust fund, rehabilitation trust fund. So, should the Nash, it's quite not on it, you stay in your own lane, yeah. As a tribal government, that means this is my money and you have nothing to do with it. So, highway, hola, the neck guys, it's a cute, so it's the back, yeah, so it's what the house, Teen Hashi, when this my, is Navajo Nation really proud of those roads? How you maintain it? You know, you have no problem buying plane tickets to get to Washington and figure out how to present this to us. Put it, so Isha Hutchin, what is she need? Yes, so get her, Shaho,
Ado Kumenana, John Begay, Ado Bikedo, A Sandy Michael.
Até fácil. Down the fields, highway, and no summer is like that, viene, el sábado no está, viene, I don't know, I'm doing it. Ella, say it, can you get a defense? And that's a one. Let's see, nothing, nothing. Facebook, that's the way I look at it. I'm not positive. If a family, he buys it. What call? They buy such a case. It's a bad thing. I think about them too. And when you go, this, and hard on it, it's very young on it. He's in a hotel, it's hard on it. That's my job. I'm not all then. It's I'm not somebody. What happens when you speak from the heart?
Inhila. Italy, so that is the. Allora, hola, oh. Dahil sa hindi kahit estimate. Sabi, no, oh. Naman, sige sino ka? Nakakita ka mo. Ako, sana. Dahil sa quest ini on the stair. Diba? Oh, hindi sa siya ako. Todo Washington, kisit oh, on the history. Siya tanis. Polish, the other. Zarayan, she is in the car night, she has this. Church on Nashik, no. So church the Shah punish. Zarayash, your that's East I show you, it's for the Hayans and then. Now you go. Relocation. I see. Yeah. Was it on? He's just the own Jesus. Oh, honey, Naya. Amy. That's not. Yes. She's in the house to leave the song. If I don't that. But I think you were. When it's on Steve. Oh, my skin has lean. No, so. On the issue. On that, it doesn't. We got that. In he thought it doesn't get that the Honda. A big neta need a net of Tata Ninity home. That's I. Pollution, Diego. Thank you for that huge. Noise, it's never not underwater. I was very jag har spelat det och precis det och precis det ett sätt att det då att det när det ska det så inte det ska hit tänka att det är vad man har det ska det ska det vara det ska fatta och det är det där är och det när det ska det så nog ser det är så där och det är man ser det så det the Zebik is there's, here's that. From then you those, you learn how to set out and use on. The better chances is example. You got me to, it's far easy. It's in snarly, this actually, but you're that there's they call the Hajin Hafi of that Tangi on state that Tangi on Statan, what thousands of that yada, prediction. But they need some more than. Hashing that should not have cut a but are they the house are it's a teaching, just a change seasoning. The best yours a kind. There, Nixon, you could get or Yaga on the sanders that or the bed or the yard, no. For added up, that's a national, no. But all that I want to say, yeah. But they are the honey. Dark orange, I wonder. Oh, that is she season the shindy. Ate his total, you know, a formation, a what's a gene. You see those colors, they don't issue such a fact. And they're weavings. Davis, coffee, yogi. No, chong to go. So is it? It should like that, you know. Go ahead, so they. So should it be, so I didn't think that she had a fruit, fruit that she had a. Now, but I quite saw him, and they got people made that. That's a shy, now I'm not super for you. That's the only cheap. Anyway, she had vengeance, so very interesting. I'm sending she had a couple, so unfinished lead. 다 지가 시다운 서로 됐어. 걔 나한테 수입도 다 서봐야 이야기 또 이게 해.
也是呢。都可能那 Marshall Johnson，都比 Kedo Lucille Benali。
Being a long way.
바디시네. 이제는 나가이데. 이 나다 타스다나 이스턴데 자데 바니야디데. 바바하디데 노신티. 이데야 조지 토프야. 이데야 아도 관 스피커도 그런 에지기야데 스테이지도 아제 타카도 나카다가 이데야 에디시니 또 난스니 시에 난스도 그래서 산나 단기자 가도다 내체 하나가 일단 된다네 너가 포야 디 아게 할로야 치시케다 하든 이 트랜스다 샤치네 치시다 이 칸이야 또 이렇게 디시니 과기 이 시자는 기 when I grow up I want to be like my dad 하지니야 오늘 이데 그이제 vacation 배시코트 에야 보이자 카샤 에난도리 야들라 이라 다 샤게 바이니tle 또 자고 돌리 아테 레다 코네 조 코네 또 자고 돌리 코코 에야 아데 벤티 다저 난데고 온나노 아들 에 아파 케야 하다 주스일래 니케가 반다 주테나 세다 알라 테스트 엘레네키 니케 ist 니헤츠 짐베츠 ist 호아에 시다 조스 이 에에도 바야 아티키다 에에도 하기다 차하다 제진 에야 토하기다 테스트 라테 엘레네키 베이나나네 입코드 베히니 나나네 기츠아보 오하다 질라 세 네페케 hermit revision 하지 돈 하바윈 니다 OSM 돈 하이제 나가다 이시 Washington 이 legislative executive judicial three branch government 도콘 하나 나 하나 아시다 코 에난 스파나도 리히기 게네 나 베노트카 관 하노 카기 하나 베타테 노소 디 Washington 야기 federal government 에데 오바하디스요 나나 에디 essential 네네기 차니 the basic 이신 히츠 벨니 시 안나 하데난 노 에야 또 스타 신 토하기 텔슨 노 essential no element 힐라 타다 키스다 노 저 에파 에틴 히토기 벤티 아로바윈 엔 코난 히토이기 오 칸세 레디야타
是去好快嘅，你in那班大嘅個，是7 per gallon。佢就係真係嗰啲嘅1/8 of that penny，你係Navajo Nation係呢，係space好，因為到呢個18年後係呢，那係50 years，我咋個？我靠，對呀，是快嘅，你可以حدد أهجي ستين حدد أهجي كونسا هذا يستيني إن شو ستين أنا ليه الناس ليه ناتس بتسي هذا قاعد تشيو دان رك لقانا نشتاقي قاعد reclaim Navajo sandstone aquifer قاعد خاخات بتش بناز جدان نهو فده بيران قاعد إذا أوقات خيا إنه ده بتجاني جو إتس جو هنوهن هذا خده نان يا تشكي إنه وتونا ناس تستيوس نلبي خهدت نخخهدت ويا اللي شيء جو خويش أشس كنت أكو خد صهو خصو خد أشيكي خشيت كده بلقانا لي نكتة يهي جدان كان سكيس لي جو خد كده نيش American Dream ده نيش ده خشين صو خون كيس يخطو كو أدو بزندقهن نهودي تا جو كيس لس سلي خشيت خد أسيد لي نقول إنه تها شاء بيسي نه تدا كنا أجي أكو هاشي نكيس خدي ينا تخبط ناي خاشة شان خد أي دنا غسا خاشي هلو دنا غيجو سخاشة جو هاشين تو إشتوبي إنا تو دزنت جو هاد أي دا نيسة freedom of religion free of word or ways نكيس تو دزن بديت هذا خد إيجي خقاطة زي خقاطة كوالات أنا جيتو ليري يهانا خاصة كوابانا إني كو نت أوباتشو هذا كو تجتا تأتيتو كجا إتا ليكونا كونا شي إيجلس لأيت خد إنا دي ننا إنا إيجلس خاشتون سيكيسي لي خاشني لا جو بانتي كيس كوتي تلزنا باي ناسي تليشي جو خو جديش سنهو نانا خايشة يا لينا شدا كنا تصوصي هادشتا خايشة بدنا دونيش كده نيجي شتا هنو تبا سانيش تقولي ني بجادنو ليغو إنا بي شتا جو بينا نوتكينو شان واشنطن هاز أنده نانا جونا بتادي تنيكي خوصة تسنل دي بي لوش كأجي heart rot chapter so ساعت كات تسنل بي ونش بات أتن وكوغو ليه خاكي شيء سو بات خلون ده جو ده تو دي تخوكي لا شو بيدا أنيشتا خو كيديش نسن نغيد كاريش شتشي سانجديش سكيسو ليد يا تا جون كالي أدبنا هون هاد جون كالي إيشي the best I don't know livestock reduction كودين ناكو إيشي يوتزي ناكو بان إيشي تدور
it's a bit shot. Oh, Hanada, that one. Unlede pinche Hanalte. Ozagorode. Hey, that is no, this may be Shannon did off. I got 20 chon in there. Those surface water, kata, ajo kata is a shan. On the way up, guys, left we have that first. It's a headwaters, passion. Oh, don't in whole the state of Arizona, federal, and state, world court, so that's also not so. By golly, yeah. It is such a mission. I'm gonna go, yeah.
有一些还是呢。Ado Kodoshi Lucille Benali. Ado Bikedo e Willetta Blitzo do Les Adi e Baisoko.
She, Lucille Benali on ship. I guess you guys are supposed to listen, huh? Yeah. So, she Lucille Benali on, yes, so I'm from Black Mesa Mine. Black Mesa Mine pipeline warehouse. Warehouse in there. Pipeline there. Where that. Say, Toshi, Soyun, Skodasa there, quay, warehouses, and then there are quite certain of the Hawkins, and then there quay, showing, thank you, and Shmaido, Daniel Benali, do Mabel Benali, oh, yeah. So we've lived there all this time. Like Mesa Mine, I lost. Yeah, all that time. I guess it wants to be louder than me. So, Dejun, Ukuin daan na siya, Ukuin daan na siya na. All that time, ako dan hiwan. So, aton na ho, but the mine is all gone. So, jen na ho, no. So we never left. Dahil na shigi day, so das na, koshet sonde. So ina. So, the JP how they need kedo. All these years is running water in the adults at the hadas is lada. Electricity in the adults at the hadas is lada. So, one the adults at the hada lada. So, I was in the highway in the adults aliada. The bell and the adults and the aliada. So, their main excuse was not so static. So who has not so static? So that was their main excuse. So she my son had a honest source. So I don't of course. So we never left. I don't know. That's it. Nada. So nihidayin na kazos bao. Ojo na ho. That's not. So now I pray they never return. So you know, they never return. So so we never got blessed with anything from them, even water, a house, electricity, nothing. So the band thought that I didn't know.
depende ada baganda haznita. So kon linda the tao shinganda se. So tao has. So just look over there, across right there. Oh, so we never got anything from them. So I just pray that Peabody or no coal mine ever returns. So they should cut the trunk in the yard. So while you hold up and say ya, while you have to she's kind. So I never to jail for any drugs or nothing. And said day up and what the hell say that. So I don't. So I don't. So so that those buildings will never ever return there. Chilchide and the hot place. Adokoy nas delishi nereo naho dido naho tahijo yes. So today actually today but homes lot of father G lot. Both of them or one father that no the usually their excuse is home side is why hello area. The father area home side is why the hello. Not everybody has home site lease. Grandmas, one person each, yeah, they be of the home site lease. That's how one family, the church last year has been dead. So, not. They hold you, their grandmas, oh, you but the action in there, yeah. Wish kadeya are two that never the action. They hold just their grandmas, oh, you but the action in there, home site lease. I want a person which I didn't change. Ko home site lease, well, hello, there you have no. One bahitante. So a lot of people end up with no homes. So I don't know, yeah, go. I live. Job. So nan the shot, nan the shot or loss at many oh, I don't know, yeah. So here are cool now here. But they can't put the bed now got me down. So nice and peaceful. So the let that Cheyenne that. So security that we don't want to wow often taking this. But they do that. So I'll send the. She I'll show them but you. So hopefully I just pray many they never return. So that's the bottom line. Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Lucio. Do Wilita Klitzo. Oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. So, take time on to 8 minutes time. Oh. Hello, my name is Wilita Klitzo. Footage in English land, but I think I just behind it. That should check. Well, she had question. That's my mom there. Our youngest daughter. I went to high school at MB, and I currently go to school at ASU. To me, mining is, old. I think data is the new mining. I think thinking and innovation is the future. I guess I wanna talk about, my grandpa. Growing up, I would always see him herding sheep. And sometimes he would, herd sheep near the natural springs. I always wondered about that, why he would take the opportunity. And now these springs, they don't produce water. Will if a corporation come, how much water will they take? How much will go for the Navajo people? Land needs healing. Everyone comes here. I go to school, I come here. I visit people and I come back here. This is where I live. So I don't support mining, coal mining back here. There's other avenues, there's other ways to improve systems to bring people back here. I know they're very smart, they're studying engineering. They want to create things of their own. And I know on the outside, people probably see us a lot clearer than we do. But all I can say is, I live here and so the health impacts are very real here. When I go to the doctor, when I answer about my family history, even though it's a while ago, I'm a third generation. I don't want to be answering those questions, but I do. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Shiaje. Ado Kunenana Alex Osef. Ado Kate Abe Debbie Mike Dolesh.
Hello, my name is Alex Joseph. I'm the UNWA miners representative for Peabody Coal. I deal with, I should say I wear many hats. I represent the coal miners through a contract, the labor force. I represent the miners for their health in the mine as far as safety. I heard a lot about mining being unsafe. Well, a lot of it falls back on us having the union within the mine, having what we call a babysitter to these companies. These companies are regulated by federal law. You got your MSHA, your NIOSH, your OSM. All these are federal regulated. Even in the Navajo Nation, Navajo Nation's got their Navajo Nation MSHA, which follows the same regulations as the mine. So you hear a lot of this talk about mines being unsafe. But we hold it to our people that are working in the mines to step up and push these regulations on the companies. And that's and it goes into OSM. I was in the lab. I went into the pits and sampled the coal. Part of my job was to see the quality of the coal. Part of my job was to make sure that what they took out under that ground, that the contour was made back to the water flow. We talked about replenishing our washes, our springs. Federal government has to really push that on the corporations. I come from, well, I better say my class. Kianin, Kis ani, look up the neighborhood. But I mean, 8%. Ke another. Hima. So I'm representing three tribes, Navajo, Hopi, and Pima. And believe me, when this coal mine was being shut down, I fought like mad with my predecessors behind me. Even the coal miners watching my back right now. We marched to Windrock, we marched to Washington, DC, you know, but really, it was up to the council to make the decision. By one vote, we lost it to Intel. One vote. But hearing now from the old people that live in this area, it's like a wound that was cut into the ground. It's time to let it heal. And I stand behind you for that. As a youngster, I traveled in this area with my grandfather, who was from Sayaweja, Baby Rocks. He was a council delegate for Denotso. We would travel up in these areas, dirt road then. It took us a day and a half to get to Pinyon, Hard Rock, in here. But I realized that there were some high-powered people here. And that touched my heart. And not only here, you're looking at Eastern Agency, Northern Agency, all agencies, there's a mineral under them, whether it be water, coal, copper. But we all are regulated under the federal government to produce and put back the land the way it was. I heard the speaker talk earlier today. Chicago help this group out here. Like I said, I'm a part of the Pima Reservation. Down there, they don't allow a delegate to step into office without a legal degree. Reason being, this is what happens. You Navajo Nation's got only one legal, but they have to represent a whole lot of departments. And I see your struggle. Same way with the United Mine Workers. I'm also the black lung pneumoclosis case manager for Canyon Lands Clinic. By the way, we're gonna be in Chinle Tuesday, screening for black lung pneumoclosis. And we'll be in Chilchimito Monday, doing the same thing. I do the actual representation of the miner. You heard the gentleman that had a lung replacement here. I was so happy. I visited him. He was on his deathbed. He had oxygen leaks and hoses all over his house when I walked in. And he could only say 2 words. Thank God to his wife. You women of miners, you are strong. You heard Mrs. Lake over here talk earlier. She said, my boss, that was me. I'm her boss. But I utilize people at the mine, people of different areas. I go to their homes and visit them. I make them have a life change from burning coal wood to putting in pellet stove, maybe natural gas or propane gas. Because the lung, some of you can hold your breath more than 20 seconds. A lot of us can't. For a coal miner that worked 5 years in the mine, 5 years, they're already diagnosed with a lung condition. It's because you heard the dust that flies over, uranium mine, bomb testing in Virginia, in Nevada. We're fighting that again. That expired in 2024. Another initiative, just like coal mine, came up for them. But it only is gonna pertain to the ones that file prior to 2024. Allocation of probably 50 million to those that file before 2024. Maybe an additional to the ones that got it once before. They may get it. But again, based on a lot of the red tape, the federal government will not allow. The UMWA is fighting in Washington right now. We have 2 legislations on the floor. One was for the widow of a coal miner. If they already drawn benefits, don't you think that widow is obligated to that funding? No, they don't want to just give it to the widow. They want to have them go to court. One more thing. I encourage you to really think about this and listen to these people here. You know, it's kind of scary. It's kind of crazy, actually. This president has nothing to deal with us as Native Americans. Who served the world wars? Native Americans. What did he do to that? He laughed at us. Said we're now no longer in existence. He wanted to send us off this reservation, off this land. He should be the one being born. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for being here. The Deputy Mike.
God's will, thank you for giving me this time, space to speak. This is actually, okay, God's will, my name is Debbie Mike, Kudonasha. But my mom is from many farms, but I live up here. And I am Todijini, born for Ashihan, Washcha Izamache, and Tachini, Swainilla. And what I'm here to read this letter that my daughter wrote, and just want to read this for her. But all in all, no to this Peabody idea, no, just no to all of it. Okay, don't need to go through all this trauma again. Okay, this is from Harley Interpreter, my daughter. She wrote, I speak today, well, I was hoping to be there today, but this, I lost my mother to read. I speak today not just as a community member, but as a grandchild of this land, as a descendant. I speak with a voice shaped by the stories I'm here. And with a memory that may not be mine, but like today, now belongs to you and me. I began reading the book, If They Poison Us. I read the book years ago, but I couldn't finish. The pain poured from the pages, the voices of our relatives, mine, yours, haunted every day. I remember one elder's words about radiation exposure. Now their children fell ill, and how their children fell ill. And how nothing was ever the same. Those pages cracked something open in me because what I was reading wasn't history. It was a memory, and it was a warning. These stories and memories serve as a warning of a much larger issue. Those who lived through uranium and coal extraction still live near contaminated water. Those who didn't live long, their bones still remember what the government forgot. The legacy of extraction is not an opportunity. It is illness, grief, and silence. To return to coal mining is not innovation. It is repetition. To entertain uranium mining again is not sovereignty, it is surrender. Our community deserves more than temporary jobs with permanent consequences. We deserve clean water, clean land we can prey on. Health clinics that are not overburdened by respiratory disease and energy systems that do not kill the land to keep the lights on. I urge this council to remember the scars of extraction may fade from policy, but they do not fade from our families. And as someone here shared, they do not fade from our DNA. We do not inherit only land, we inherit responsibility. Let us not make our grandchildren the ones who must speak of us as warning. Let us be the ones who say no more, not here and not again. Harley, interpreter.
Shane, thank you for being here, Debbie. Ado Kwaiki Forest Lake Vice President Kwaiki Shanahados Asno. Ishin Kwaiki she'll be the last one to provide public comment. Shidole Adishma.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair, Ado, Nantani, Dan Pitiaga, Bashma, Das, Tanigi, Sade, take a Honda, Hina, so. There, that is picture, then, Ado, she came, here's the, she's the back head, that she's the, and then, or she doesn't, jail, that's, there, but then, I saw, a call, chair, vice president, and that she law, at least 90 people. Special election. Although they are, chapter official, yeah, that's not the whole of course. They see it, to the tree, it's short for I don't talk that's the tree. Tree, another eye is the sun. Jesus, something on the end. Chinela, Chinela, on the next is the hand now. National last, yeah, just have them. Chin, yeah, more. Chinela, actually on the it's in my head to this day when I think about it. What's Chinela, yeah, originally, it's not she said, but the okay, I to oppose mining, redoing the mining here on Flat Mesa. Or usually at the Nikatato Yard perform it. Joe, and you see here it's taught, non-nishati yard was so good. Legend don't repeat or you twice. It uses a lot of water. Joe had out that need be of course. Joe don't that no do they try the oil in Ashon. I can't lay yeah. I go she in Ashon. Twice that he did so yeah. La nonsense, not la nonsense, no nation. Okay. Eben na twogi asta tota ni hitcha de di Joe China was she to have na no open so or the more na or less na no na you like it ado if ya kuiche o panta ishi to patante jo doshi sakanda sati sto yo thorax shatni she treat that they auto the that or you but that whole but loans of yeah so and that it's that as of its auto or hot ego but now the here pasa that needs low protesting the mother shadow sisters while you hope when the other the house on there but or that oh there are sure air monitor they need kid in hata you have to protest or say whatever you need to say in order to have people listen to you. Okay, Nana, the tại what that in tại show hard shin show tayos and the pata hats the the joya ta those chemicals over the no crash maya had see a ship the bende the great she chemicals today on Tades is a prayer of nation 20 law that the Tade now. The Pande 17 meet the Shipaya Shipa China Aikna Tego, Joya on there. Aro Abela the AH Layos, any chemicals, if you ship up of the hot. Vietnam veterans had see Agent March, about the whole multiple by low amount of get in months so each time there a Vietnam veterans Agent March, but although attack the cow that it got during the society, other pushing that mother she was the elders the hospital. Nana Atile sto you see about this since have a Kaishland the Aita Yahadasi architect not something that he had that she had the on the and Lord Joe has added when you saw a stuff that your other in the infrastructure that the hotel a team chat any kid call one taking the highway US 160 to the hub that done that Atala this is my Penion is my service unit for me, yeah, but I can't come through here because of the roads. Okay, they for medical care, we have to go to like Kayenta or Inscription House or somewhere else or Tuba City, but we're not part of the Tuba City service unit. Okay, di kwatan hibanigi asyo nalihapaho bando medical care na asyo at skis lagon hapa ito that they no but that's a die ya that ya not that shows can asyo that hot and hot in the creation that no okay the chicken she told us or hash bars, another notion, Nikki. According or Nedo, Edo, let Ella, let Adosa, a teen that's a child, and let ako, nakiko besh isan ko ashi hon sodo le. Well, connected can not shut down, we should by this so. If you had the sheen of on says not the city.
Yeah, Ado, Stachichi, Espoto de Washe, Anako, Bahada Sito, the Shipesh, but that's an no Siniki. So he had Kidishni, Eeping down, Bahik in it. Later, she Che George Tolsto, that council delegate Sherilyn Yazi, though on Hibesh, but that's an thought Jermaine Simonson. Penache Quaggy, the National Go Station Siki, what's up, Nedlako. So all of the statements were all recorded. And you do have some written testimonies, statements, letters that Aggie so at the end of that Jaho Sana Nishiki Bado so we'll be including that in a report, Joe, then Allah Behata so Ziki, Quagin Junako, Koto Bishpa, sa anin Ajun his has anje beat the deed Nisa deed no Bahasi ko Ado Kujo Jot Ada Ain Kiss that is Ado the Peabody that they'll call yet Ado San Hanatzada, they not only winter rock then Ado the San Hanatzada. Ashit Aban so kiss and he did it no. Eben that you kids that a quote Ado resolutions over you the certain day what ako eben na che edi quagi hata haso ziki junako na sos the kata dos ni Ado kon kibesh but sa anip tabiche dos ni so Ado halet eben has ani had the dos ni siki ishi eben na che so eben na che quagi hata had the ni so Ado the lecho so the public hearing they they four corners Jeko Eastern Agency, Northern Agency, Aje, sto Aje, they ko she sto Aje, not that na for public hearing. So if you didn't get a chance to speak or if you're listening online, there's always going to be a future date that will be scheduled for the northern region of our Navajo Nation. Joe Aje sto coal mine. There's still mining that is within that region. Ishi soy aje pashin the next yan sada case ishi soy what is kaditi deep fish but as anentani tiniki ko shaha and hideshni to benache a fagi the chancy zito de to fagi ado ande asa shishat to nita oko even that so there was a unity here, we didn't hear Saya donde when favor hato ni ta ako even that so cannot ani that these of all the reasons in the past of what has happened. Ako hatashi is ende yato de sto de the best put the house other quaggy shade Delegate Jermaine Simonson Kodo to the Zinhati Leaf Best and of Neath Quaggy. Ashahat Nana, Shitana the state, and those of our speaker staff, can you come on over and let's just make a little circle here? That because it's important that we, in your prayer that we ask that a lot of you travel a long ways. And speaker staff, you guys all travel long distances. Some of you, it's gonna take you 2, maybe 3 hours to get home, and if you're told it's gonna take 4 hours to get home. So so I really wanna just ask all the staffers to come on over. And then let's support each other in our prayer.
Otto, I just want to say, I mentioned this the other day, Speaker and I got a chance to go to BIA consultation, Department of Interior, Albuquerque, Tuesday, and the Speaker and I got to make comments there. We talked, and one of the things I talked about was all the outstanding work that the Department of Interior still owes us. Put the and get EPA, environmental clearance, so, Speaker had a long list of things that, she presented, and, so that's how we presented the nation this past Tuesday in Albuquerque. So, I want to thank, and I also said at that point in time that probably in the history of all the years of us going to Window Rock, I don't think a speaker has ever come here to host a public hearing. So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I know, there's not ever been a speaker that has been out here to host a public hearing. So I really commend, the speaker.
Diego, of all that you could have said, that could have been easily your thoughts and your statement, but some reason you're here today, and I really appreciate that. Mr. Schultz is our no nonsense guy on our council floor, for every now and then. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate Miss, Delegate Sherilyn Yazi as well, and Hennison of that we were here today. So I just she on now with the deed because I want each and every one of you to return home. No, stash my education card, meaning they I don't see drink you. She don't hold it as something legal, but actually that's her. And a bit, yes, you can call it in that balance and the own dicey condition that. Those me. A cold quarter of the name of the quarter kita. Ado in not so quarter. Actions are the street, Hagos dot nando the Akonsen. Ako chain up the dish, Shagan Hadon, Naso Horde, Hashing